Okay, hang on, I look like I'm at the pearly gates. So, just don't be surprised. Okay, it's not as bright as it was before. The sun, it's happening. This, oh my god, guys! Don't go into the light. The sun keeps like, you know, like getting stronger. And like clouds move, guys, so the clouds keep covering the sun and the sun keeps coming out and it looks like God's coming through my fucking window. I'm not closing that because I need sunlight, I need vitamin D, and oh my god, it looks like I'm just gonna be oh my god, guys, he's taking me, I'm being taken away. I'm not closing that because it's winter and it's cold and sunlight is warm and that is warming up my room. So, you're gonna have to deal with the pearly gates. I'm sorry. Anyway. It's time to get to work. I'm gonna put on music. I'm gonna go do my work, and you guys can join if you want or do whatever you want. Whatever. Sit here and join me. Join me in my editing. Oh, I don't have my little guys. Hang on. There is. Hang on, I'm seeing something now. As in, I can see that my webcam isn't in my box, because usually it's not this bright. I know, it's so weird seeing- I know, it's weird seeing me in the sun, isn't it? This is weird, I get it. Oh! Sorry, I'm trying to... Does that work? Yes. Yes, that worked good. That was frustrating me. Oh my god, I'm being sent. I've told you the sun keeps getting bright. What does my room look like? Oh my god, guys! I'm in the fucking pearly realms. I'm at the holy gates. Ah, I look like I'm about to be like solar flared. Jesus. Sorry, I have to keep it open. I'm sorry. I'm being taken away. Kuma's taking me. Nika has risen. He is outside my window. It's been very cloudy for the past few days, so this is like the first time we've gotten sunlight in quite a while, so I'm soaking it up. Ash baby. You feel like Ash baby. What do you think I feel like? Ah! Yeah. Thank you, Wrath. I haven't been able to tune in because of EP, but I hope you have a great stream. Lip bite emoji. Thank you, Wrath. Oh my god, I needed to get what's not clocking. It's not clocking to you, that's what it is. It's It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. It's just the sun. I can't close my window. Don't make fun of me. It's the if I stand in it. No, don't walk into the light. It's so strong. It's so powerful. No, I think I didn't beat. That hurt. The vampire allegations are still up. Australia's close to the sun. I have been told by people from like other places in the world, like Europe, when they come to Australia, they're like shocked at how like hot the sun is, because it'd be like a normal day, right? The sun is hotter here. I remember when I went to New York and it was 30 degrees, which I think is like 90 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, question mark. And it did not feel like 30 degrees to me. It just felt like a warm day. And I was like, this is 30 degrees? This does not feel like 30 degrees. I'm not sure why it is, Len. That might be why. It doesn't look like a wall. This is where I this is where I store the souls. The way my hand is the way it's vanishing. Oh my god, hang on. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Australians are an island and a desert. Oh. It warms my room up good though. Alright, stop. I have to work. Stop bullying me. No, and Doctor. Oh. It's not clocking. It's not clocking to you. I'm standing on business. Too, he's oddly quiet. That'll do. I got paw prints, yeah, isn't that cute? Stop talking about it! I know, it's bright! I'm up when the sun's up, okay? It cannot be that bad, surely. I don't want to close the window. It's so nice and warm. I told you I'm at the pearly gates. Actually, is it gonna rain today? Guys, I get sunlight today, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's gonna be all rain. Let me indulge. Let me indulge in the gates of heaven for a bit. 1,000 meters in the air. Skype is great, thanks. Natural light every time. No one is used to me being awake when the sun's up. Everyone is stunned and shocked. Kids do it outside my window. I've never seen your room this white on stream. You know how I was making my Bonnie video and I started eating pizza? This is like what I'm making my Kuma video, and now I've got the Lord's light shining into my room. It's the Kuma effect. Are you guys, like, genuinely squinting at your phones? Like, oh. Do you look like that one cat that squints? You know the one. Mm-hmm. It's getting brighter as well. It keeps getting brighter. But it's so nice and warm, guys. It's so nice and warm. Thanks. The atomic bombs outside my window. It's the hydrogen bombs and I'm the coughing baby. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I love ballet. I love all forms of dance. Sanjay would slay a ballet, and you know why we know that? Because he was contrasted and paralleled with Bonchan. It was literally their two peas in a pod. Unfortunately, Sanjay would be incredible at ballet. He just doesn't want to accept it. Maybe he does accept it, I don't know. He's French. Ballet is seen as like a pretty prestigious thing in France, is it not? Oh my god, he gets his cock by hitting that pirouette. To be fair, Diable Jambe is basically a pirouette. Like, it's basically a pirouette. Du, 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 du. Yeah, my mods in my Discord are trying to set up more events, and they've been doing a good job lately. Oh, the sun has faltered. The sun's coming back. I try really hard to say Maria's name right. In my head and in my own ears, I'm saying Moria. But every time I say Maria, people think I'm saying Maria. Maria Moria. I am saying M-O-R, Maria. But again, I think it's the accent. I think it's the accent that's not making it sound like Moria. Because if I put an Aussie on it, like Moria, you know? Moria. Instead of Maria. When I'm saying Maria, I hear a difference. Moria, I hear a difference. Because I say Maria's name in this video, I guarantee you I'm gonna get a comment that will say it's Moria, not Maria. I'm saying Maria! Not Ma! God damn it. Oh, fuck yeah, spinach. Mitch, did you get any more pickles? You really upset me yesterday when you ran out of pickles. Made me sad. Drew, that is a take. That is certainly a take that I do not agree with, but live how you want to live. Elf! Send the monkey! Send the monkey right now. Yeah! Yes! Oh, fuck, I love that guy. Hi, Bobbing! Wait, Bobbing's about to go into the light. I can feel it. Hi, Bobbing! Are you gonna go off? Huh? Are you gonna go sit in the window? You could block out some sun. Yeah! I can see your tail. Off she goes. She's about to ascend into the light. Bobbing, no! Don't do it! Ah! Oh god! She's been taken! Oh, she's ascended. No! Sorry, I gotta close my doors. She's happy! She's happy! Is it so warm, Bobbin? Yeah, it's so nice and warm. Vaporized. Destroyed. Oh god, but she looks so cozy. Merry. Merry, M-E-R-R-Y. Like the going merry. She's genuinely blocking out the sun a little bit though. I don't know why the whole sun is pointed in my room. That's a great question. I can't close the window. Gear green. That's Usopp. Usopp, why the fuck are you green? We need like a count for every time someone comes into the stream and says, why is the room so bright? It's happened with every single person that's just entered the stream. Without a fail. No one is used to the sun being up at the same time as me. Any other day I'd close the blinds, but I just can't today. I need the sun. I'm really feeling the vitamin D. It's happening. Whoops. Well, guys, what was it? 100 billion lions? What was the thing? One trillion lions versus the sun. Guys, it's the sun. It's a lot of lions. Oh, Bobbing looks so toasty. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to touch her. I have to touch you, you're so warm, you're so warm. Yeah. She looks so cozy, she feels so warm. And I am currently cold, so... Kaysen, it's a lot of lions. Not only does she be warm as the sun, but she smells like the sun. She smells like sunshine. Thank you. Brigley, did you pick the dumbass on purpose, or are you trying to tell me something? Or has Twitch called you that?
Howdy do, boys.
Thank you, though. Bobbing has taken out the sun. She's that powerful. Yeah, I think I'll get a flashback. To be fair, we did get a flashback. I just think it was important to know that Rox just assembled his crew with the debut back fight, honestly. I think we'll get a Davy Jones flashback. I really want to see Davy Jones. I mean, is it possible that Davy Jones is still alive? And Davy Jones is the one in the ship with the black sails causing whirlpools with the poneglyph? Wouldn't that make sense? Isn't that something Davy Jones does? Like... Because it's a black sailing ship that causes whirlpools, isn't it? That's who we know has the final poneglyph. Why would that not be Davy Jones? I think there's full possibility that Davy Jones is still alive. Because you can be immortal in One Piece, we know this now. So how is that far-fetched? Fuck, when do they say that? I just know they do say that. But I don't remember when they say that. That's a good question. Anyone remember the arc? End of Wano, is that it? Read the manga. The manga improves everything. Well, I mean, we also have Imu, you know, making people immortal. There's a very, like, it seems there's different ways to make people immortal in One Piece. I'm doing it. I'm saying it. I'm gonna bring that theory out into the world. Davy Jones has the final poneglyph. He's still alive. That's his ship, and he's making those whirlpools. We've done it. If I'm right, I win. Being immortal is a total possibility, so I'm not afraid to have this theory. It's just black sails and whirlpools. That sounds like Davy Jones. That sounds like an idea of Davy Jones. The Davy Jones portrait Oda made. Hang on. Oh, and an SBS! Well, you see, here's the thing. He can just, remake it. Because the SBS sketches are not, immortal. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, sorry, I just had biscuits and cheese, so I'm burping. Chapter 1056, let's have a looky-loo. Sorry, I'm smiling at Law giving Kid the poneglyph print. The road poneglyph print. He's nice, he just pretends he's not. Finding the man with the burn scar. What is the Lord's expression here? Hang on. So look, they're talking about finding the man with the burn scar. So, Kid already said man with the burn scar. What? What is Law's expression here? Although, to be fair, throughout the entire chapter, Law wasn't showing his face. Because, they were saying goodbye. And Law does this thing where he hides his face when he's trying not to show his expressions. Throughout the entirety of the chapter, guys, if you read 1056, you never ever ever see Law's eyes, because there's like an indication that he's like he's upset that they're splitting, but he can't say it, you know? Doo-doo. Moon's haunted. Because Law did the same thing with Sengoku. Sengoku when he was talking about Law and Corazon. What is it bobbing? What is she doing? Okay, she's just gonna lie on the windowsill. Oh! Bobbing incoming. What? You can't sit there. You can't sit there. I have to work. She took my keyboard space. Ah. We got another one. You can't sit there. I have to work. I know. It's not fair. I know. Not fair, bobbing. I know. Not fair, bobbing. Hang on. Let me move things around. No, you can't sit there. You can sit over there. You're very cute, bobbing. Her name is actually Blueberry. But she's got many names, like bobbing, bopping, bepping, boobop, bob, bebop, boop, beep. Bloob, that's a good one. I forgot about that one. Bluebonic. Big Bob, Big Bad Bob, Boob. Big Bad Bob's a good one. But she only gets called Big Bad Bob when she's being mean. Don't you, Bob? Do, 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 do. Banana. That's a whole different fruit. Yeah. Thank you for the sub, Brig. Chapter 1081 is when the burn scar guy comes up again. We do get told about their ship. We get told it's got black sails and forms whirlpools. Because I saw it. There it is, found it. They say he rides in an all-black ship that swallows enemies in a gigantic vortex if they should wander too close. Perhaps it's a devil fruit at play. And, Blackbeard's, other guy, the guy he got an impel down, I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Thank you for the sub, Brig. The guy who got an impel down, I forget his name, said that, he thinks it's a government man, but that's only him guessing. I'm gonna go with Davy Jones. I think this is Davy Jones. Now that we know there's immortality. Thank you again, Brig. Now that we know there's immortality in One Piece and... Shinru? Is that his name? Yeah, I think him. But now that we know there's immortality in One Piece and, because Davy Jones has once before been presented as sailing a black ship with like whirlpools taking down ships, I think it's possible. But hey, what about this? What if Davy Jones was a Joy Boy member? What about that? What do we think about that? What if Davy Jones knew Joy Boy? Interesting, right? Interesting. I don't know. I don't know, Kyson. These are questions I cannot answer. For all we know, Davy Jones isn't even alive anymore. Yeah. Wrigley, too kind, thank you. Monkey. More like Gay V Jones, am I right? Gay D Jones. That's it, that's it. Guys, do you want to know what Brigley said, by the way, in my Discord? And I keep thinking about this, Brigley. And I keep thinking about how wrong you were. Because there's a theory, right? Theory that Buggy is also Rox's son, which I stand by. And Brigley said, Buggy having no important connections and being a big clown is the most important part of his character we've had throughout the whole story. Saying, oh, he's Rox's son would destroy that. And I was like, what do you mean, no important connections? Buggy has some of the biggest connections in One Piece's world. That's the point. He doesn't want to have them. He's connected to Roger, to Rayleigh, to Gaban, to Shanks. Like, he's literally connected to some of the biggest names in pirating history. And he doesn't want to be because he's like, fuck, they're gonna hunt me down. So him being blood connected to Rox would add on to that and make him go, fuck, I didn't want to be part of this. He's currently connected to Mihawk and to Crocodile. But Buggy doesn't have any big connections, guys. There's no big connection. Buggy's just a guy, you know? The joke with Buggy is we thought he was just a clown. But he's actually connected to some of the biggest pirates in One Piece pirating history. Brig, when you said that, I was like, what is she talking about? What are they talking about? Hi, Flamingo. Sorry, I had to bring it up, Brig, because I keep thinking about it. Buggy's not connected to anyone big. What? Even Buggy makes a shocked face.
Yeah.
And Brig still sobs. Thank you, Brig. Bobbing, you've got shit in your eye. I hate when you've got crust in your eye. I spoil her because the reason she always gets crust in her eyes is because I clean it out for her. And then she never cleans it out. She'll get the biggest crust ever in her eye. The biggest goop ever in her eye. And she comes to me, waiting for me to take it out. You can do it on your own, you lazy bum. Because remember when the world government revealed that Buggy was like Roger's apprentice and like Buggy personally knows Rayleigh, who's still alive at the time, and Buggy was like, oh my god, he's still alive, and then Buggy went, fuck! Buggy was like, no, I didn't want anyone to know that I sailed with Roger because then everyone's gonna be after me. Buggy's important to keep in the story because he's Shanks' dream. Guys, Shanks just wants to sail with Buggy. That's okay, King. That's okay. One day, in fact, that's probably gonna be my next video. The Straw Hats don't have a first mate. I have a lot of shit stored up of the Straw Hats just being a good crew together.
Yeah.
Yeah, Loki and Rox had a similar outfit. Which is interesting because kids also got a similar outfit to Rox, so what does this mean? Yeah, Loki's the same. So he still clearly likes Rox, even if he says, oh, Rox let me down. I still think what's gonna happen is Loki wanted to go to sea with Rox, and Rox kept saying, no, you're just a kid, also you're Harold's kid. And Loki was so persistent and so strong that Rox had to stab him to get him to back off. I'm still betting that. Because it even said Loki's life was changed, right? That kid's gonna be persistent to try and sail with Rox. God Valley in the flashback. I don't know how much we're gonna get of Rox. Because everything about Rox right now is surrounding... Thank you, Pooh Stain Deluxe. Cool. Everything about Rox right now is surrounding Harold and Loki. I don't think we're gonna get to God Valley because Rox is currently... His flashback is currently with Loki and Harold. I don't think we're just gonna derail and go directly to Rox, but we'll find out. Well, it's currently it's Loki telling Luffy, but it's like multiple things going on. But it's still centered around Elbaf, Harold, and Loki. It's just Rox's part of Loki's story. Full-on God Valley flashback. Garp! Garp is the most likely character to give us that fucking flashback. Pudding, get in that old man's head. Pull out his memories and show us what actually happened. I know that bum is not saying something on purpose. I know he is purposefully withholding information. Do, do. I still think Big Mom can show up. The stocks are still there. To be fair, these flashbacks, like the flashback we're getting now, is the most accurate way we can see One Piece's history. Because I do like the way, even though Loki is talking to Luffy right now, we're obviously getting more than that. So we are showing this is not like just Loki's narration. So we don't have an idea of an unreliable narrator. We are actually just being shown One Piece's history. Which is why I keep saying I'm not going to believe shit unless we see it. I'm not going to believe word of mouth. I'm going to believe it when I see it. Loki's going to be a very popular character. He already is. But Loki's going to be super popular. He's basically like a kid lore mix. And they are two popular characters already. And he's got beautiful pink hair. Oh, beautiful pink princess hair. Remember when Oda revealed Loki's hair color and people got mad? And I was celebrating? Because what? They wanted his hair to be blonde or something, didn't they? But he made Loki beautiful and like pinky purple. And I went, yeah! Shmorning. People are mad that Shanks's dad has blonde hair in the anime because they were trying to connect Shamrocks to Bonnie. For some fucking reason. They wanted his hair to be like pink because they're trying to say that, oh, Bonnie is the daughter of Shamrock. And I'm always like, no. I just do not think Bonnie's bloodfather is ever going to matter. I just think he was some random fucking celestial dragon bum. We're not even like supposed to care. Guinea was like the 12th wife or something. Do. Well, the thing is, if Bonnie were the daughter of Shamrock, the pink hair is obviously from Guinea, right? Her hair was pink, was it not? Am I getting that wrong? No, her hair was pink, wasn't it? Yeah, it's pink. So, like, people were trying to use young Figurland for some theory crafting with the hair colors there. And it's like, no. I just don't think it matters. It's stupid theory because it started from, oh my god, boy Bonnie looks like Shanks. And I always thought that was the stupidest thing ever because Oda just has face types. Oda just has face types. I keep saying male Boa looks like Law. No one says Law and Boa are related. No one. I don't know why Bonnie specifically got that. It's because people are trying to like make some blood connection between Bonnie and Shamrock because he's the evil one. It's like, yeah, Shamrock's is probably fucked. But I don't know why we have to add this onto it. You know what I mean? I just think we're not meant to at all care about Bonnie's bloodfather at all. I just think he's some random disgusting celestial bum who kidnapped Guinea and made Guinea his 12th wife. Like, it doesn't matter. Also, 12th wife? Do we think Shamrock has like a bunch of wives? I don't think he does. Yeah, the thing with the thing with Gunko being Yorkie's kid, I only heard that for the first time on Jork's stream, and I'm pretty sure, didn't I debunk it in that stream with them? Because, we saw Gunko in Imu's flower chambers, and that was like years ago when Roger was still a rookie and when Brooke was already with the Yorkie pirates at the time. What I thought was going on with Yorkie was with Gunko is I thought she was the princess of a kingdom and she was watching her father be slaughtered in front of her, but now we know she's part of the main manor family. So now I'm thinking it's a Doffy situation and her father got hunted down. But I think Brooke was just in the kingdom that Gunko was in, but I'm just not sure. I don't know. Brooke is now eluding me. Like, I can't even imagine what Brooke's role is here. I think she could have been forced into the family, but I have to keep saying that the Celestial Dragons are pretty big on blood purity, so that would be a really crazy thing if they gave her their name. Right? Which is why I'm like, I'm not sure if she was taken into that family, because I don't think the Celestial Dragons really do that. York wasn't gonna be let in, they were tricking her, remember? Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Who knows? Who knows? I do think we're not going to get the connection in Elbaf, but I wouldn't be surprised if after Elbaf and things settle, Brooke is like, guys, I know who that is. I know who that girl is. And then Brooke tells us his story. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how we get it revealed to us. Yorkie's dead. I think Yorkie is dead. I think he's pretty dead. But if he came back, I would go, oh! My old man Yowie. No, I think Yorkie was just a guy that wanted to be a pirate. Because remember, in the flashback, in like the mini thing we got of Brooke remembering Gunko or Gunko remembering Brooke, we had Brooke holding a little girl's hand and saying, I wanted to be a pirate. My dream is to be a pirate. I simply think Brooke just met this guy who was Yorkie, and Yorkie loved music, loved freedom, wanted to be a pirate, and invited Brooke to come with him. I don't think Yorkie has any huge celestial dragon connection. I just think he was Brooke's freedom. I think he was Brooke's freedom and Brooke's dream into becoming a pirate. Right? Brooke is the one with the celestial dragon connection because he was clearly looking after Gunko when she was a little girl. That's what we could see from that mini flashback that we got. Again, it seems like he was her knight. I don't think Brooke was a holy knight, but I think he may have been the knight of a kingdom. And I think Gunko was part of that kingdom. Gunko was the one in the flower garden with Imri. That was her. CDs. Shut up, Brig. Shut up. When Brooke was a pirate, when he was still a Rumbar pirate, he said, when I was a pirate, I remember a young up-and-comer, a young rookie named Roger. So I think by God Valley, Brooke must have been dead because Roger was pretty infamous by that point. Which is why I'm saying it doesn't make sense for Yorkie to be the dad of anybody because the Rocks Pirates was still just forming, right? And we see Gunko in the flower garden and she looks grown, and by that point Yorkie and Brooke were probably sailing. Bye, Bobbing. Oh my god, the sun's getting very bright.
Ian!
Thank you for the sub. This is God himself lighting up my room. Gunko has been alive for a long, long time. And Flamingo, didn't I say that? Didn't I guess that? Didn't I say something about that when I was like, no, I think Gunko is actually quite old, but she's kept her youthful appearance because of Imu's power. I'm pretty sure I said that. She does it again. Which is why it's so interesting Shamrock is there, because Shamrock would be quite young in comparison, wouldn't he? Shamrock would definitely be the youngest one there. You are the youngest Holy Knight ever! No, I don't think it ages the men either, because killing him, I think, is probably around the same as Gunko, honestly. I just think different Holy Knights got their, or different people got their immortality at different time. I think once Imu gives you that immortality, you don't age, right? But then Figurland was also a Holy Knight. But I don't know who Imu was giving his mark to at that point. Like, for all I know, Figurland doesn't have the mark of Imu on him. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works, Pablo. I feel like there's different rituals here. Because the way Imu's power works, it's clearly supposed to be like satanic and what's the word I'm looking for? Like tarot cards and potions and what's that word? Shit. I always forget this. It's like a subset of like, is it necromancy? I don't think... Is it necromancy? Is that what I'm thinking of? I don't think necromancy is what I'm thinking of, no. Not communication with the dead. Arcana? Alchemy! That's what I'm thinking of, I think. I think I'm thinking that. Anyway, what I'm saying is clearly Imu's power, right? It's a bit ritualistic, isn't it? Because you can see that Imu works on like I'm trying to remember the name of this now. It's not pentagram. In the circle it's called something else. Hang on, pentagram in circle name. I think it's Pentacle. Yes, thank you. Because we can see when Imu is summoning stuff and doing things when we first see their power, they have like a burning book and they summon people through their pentagram as well. It's witchcraft. Like it's obviously inspired by like satanic witchcraft, like from Crucible centuries, you know what I mean? So Imu has a tons of different... It seems Imu would probably have a ton of different rituals, would they not? So whatever's happening to Dory and Broggy, I'm sure is different to what they do to the Holy Knights and different to what they do to the Elders. That's what it seems like to me. I'm sure Imu's got a whole fucking spell book of shit they can do, but that's why I got really excited when we saw Imu using their power and they summoned that book. And they have like devil wings and a devil's tail, and it's like, ah, this is demonic. this is crucible levels of ideas of the devil, you know? But I'm sure Imu has a whole magic spell book up their arsenal that they can pull out. Imu's power just genuinely feels
Howdy do, boys.
dark and all-knowing. Like, the second Imu pulled out that fucking book and we saw the pentacle, I was like, this is a demon. Like, this is the devil. This is scary.
Howdy do, boys.
What I think Imu has is the devil of devil fruits. I think Imu has the devil fruit. I think Imu's got the big daddy devil fruit. Or Imu's gonna be like, I have the devil fruit. Like, it doesn't have any other name. It is the devil fruit. The devil's fruit, yeah. The Mimi no Mi. Me. All I know is it's no coinky dink that they are called devil fruits. And now we are getting the devil, you know what I mean? Like, come on, there's clearly a connection here. We were going to get demons the second the elders appeared. The second the elders were literally demonic. And that's why I went, Oda's doing a devil man, let's fucking go. Like, the elders appeared as demonic monsters. They literally were summoned through pentacles and turned into demons and devils to hunt down the Straw Hats. Sanji even looks at Saturn and says he's becoming, like, less human by the second. Demons have been introduced. Imu is the devil with a legion of demons, which is the fucking best thing Oda could have done. Like, this fucking rocks. I'm sorry. This shit rocks so hard because I like Devilmen. I like Devilmen, and now we are getting demons and devils. No, I haven't moved. This is just the sun in my room. What I think is going on is I think Imu is going to call themselves a god, but they're the devil. In the same way that, like, Roger was called a devil, or even Luffy is called, like, the devil, right? like Luffy is seen as demonic by nature because of the D. But I think what's happening here is what Oda's doing. He's showing like the false prophets, right? The ones who put themselves up on this pedestal to be gods. And then the true ones that actually appear, such as Kuma, such as Roger, such as Joy Boy, such as Luffy. The ones that forcefully turn themselves into this person, this god, essentially, because of what they want to achieve and what they want to do. Because the fact that all the celestial dragons have this saint title, right? They are called saints. I even mentioned it in my Kuma video. They're called saints, but that is a narcissistic, false title that they are giving themselves. They are forcefully, like, they are basically saying, we are the gods of this world. They're not. They are the demons of this world. They are the devils of this world. They are not bringing anyone to heaven, you know what I mean? And meanwhile, you have the other characters, again, such as Luffy, who are forcefully turning into gods. Kuma is even called a saint by Vegapunk. He says to Kuma, you are a true saint. And I asked Arthur, and he does say that in Japanese, like the word saint. So it's like, it's obvious as can be to me. What's going on is we have Imu and we have the Celestial Dragons. They are calling themselves gods, but they're the Antichrist. Right? They're the Antichrist. They're not actually gods. They are just giving themselves a narcissistic false title. While true saints are coming up throughout the world. That's why when I saw Imu, I was like, Oda's doing a flip. Because I thought that for a while. I thought how ironic it was that the Celestial Dragons call the people with the D demons and devils, while they call themselves gods. And then I was like thinking, they have, like, this has to be a flip. You know what I mean? This has to be the people self-claiming to be gods are actually the demons. And the people they're pointing at and calling demons are actually the saints trying to help people. I remember thinking that since Doflamingo's stories, since Corazon told us what they say to kids in the Holy Lands. Yes! Yes! She wants something. Devil May Cry. I think he said Devil May Cry Baby, and I was like, no, I got something wrong there. Devil May Cry Baby. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look, any like anime series that incorporates devils and demons, I'm eating that shit the fuck up because I know it's Devilman inspired. I know it is. People really underestimate how big Devilman is in Japan, what it did to like the manga industry in Japan. So again, when I saw Oda introducing pentacles, and when I saw him with Kuma literally holding the Bible, and when I saw the elders becoming demonic by nature, I was like, this is Devilman. I ate that shit up. I said Devilman. Devilman's happening. It's happening, boys. It's finally happening. Do 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 do. Go Nagai, the creator of Devilman, he's not the creator of manga, but he was hugely influential within manga. He made like the magical girl genre. And by all means, he created what is the modern day seinen. Bye, Elf. Elf, send the monkey quick before you go. Yeah! Thank you for the monkey. I appreciate it. I didn't even have to ask, you knew. No, Devilman's not a magical girl anime. Go Nagai has just made a ton of shit. A ton of shit. Devilman is just my favorite thing that he's made.
Howdy do, boys. Howdy do, boys.
So Gurna Guy, wow, he was really busy. He made a manga called Cutie Honey in 1973. And it's a bit promiscuous. Gurna Guy really likes, let's say, nudity. Nudity of anyone, by the way, not just women, just nudity in general. He draws a lot of nudity. I kind of fuck with it because I like the human form. But Cutie Honey is literally a girl who will transform into like a little fighter girl. And it's like a promiscuous kind of magical girl, but that's like one of the first like transformations, you know, for like a girl fighter manga that we've seen. And that was one of the base for creating the magical girl genre. Fuck, when did I stop reading? I have to keep reading Witch Hat Atelier. I think chapter 40 something. Because it wasn't all out yet. I mean, it's still not all out yet. No, Devilman was the 1970s. 1960s, I believe, the influential manga in the 1960s would have been Lupin, I think. Yeah, 1960s was Lupin. So Lupin was like the biggest like manga. It's like one of the biggest mangas ever. Lupin the Third is why so much. Like Lupin the Third is what I think Oda has taken the most inspiration from. I'm 90% sure Lupin the Third is what's given Oda like 80% of his inspiration. 50s was Astro Boy. Was 40s Kimber the White Lion? Because the creator of Kimber the White Lion is why anime has big eyes. Why anime and manga has big eyes. No, Kimber the White Lion was 50s. That's so interesting. So manga wasn't exactly a thing before the 1950s. Because in the 1940s, manga was used for war propaganda. You know, as any media was used, because Disney was doing the same thing in the 1940s. But from there, a lot of creatives saw the potential of manga of what this could be and started making stories with it. That is so interesting. I didn't know that. Which is probably why there's such heavy shifts between different types of manga. Ah. Because one of my favorite facts about Devilman is it's meant to be an anti-war, nuclear war manga. That's like the baseline, the base message of Devilman. That it's anti-war and anti-nuclear war. That's like one of the reasons why it stuck out to me so much. Any like anti-nuclear war kind of story, those stories bring out a different kind of creative that I've seen in like showing this post-apocalyptic world of nuclear war, right? It really creates such chilling and horrifying stories for good reason, right? And I really, really like that genre of media, and that's probably why Devilman stuck out to me so much. But there's literally, it's not subtle, there's literally a whole like page, 2 pages in the original Devilman manga that's like they're talking about nuclear war and they're saying how fucking bad it is. Like Devilman, and the ending of Devilman is supposed to be like a metaphor for nuclear war. That's the point. Because guess why? But after World War II, guess why? There were 2 sides, you know, within Japan, and one was like, ah, fuck the world, we were right. Yikes, we don't agree with that side. And then the other side is like, holy fuck, war is awful. Like 2 drastically different sides came out after World War II. And that's why when we still see it in manga today, we still see those different sides at odds with each other. And one of them is kind of disgusting. Kind of disgusting, but hey, whatever. Sure wish that other side didn't exist. But there you go. There's some history for you. There's a really, really, really good manga. It's also a movie called, I think, Barefoot Gen? Hang on, I gotta... Barefoot Gen. 1970s manga. That manga was really controversial when it came out because that manga is literally about, you know, like the atomic bomb drop, but it's not just that. It's like the family, the main family within the manga is basically like enraged at Japan going to war. Like they think whatever the fuck is happening, like wherever they're sending their soldiers overseas, who they're fighting for, they're like, this is horrible. Why the fuck are we partaking in this war? Why are we doing these horrible things in this war? And the dad in the manga is like shamed because he refused to sign up and he refused to fight. And it was like it was really controversial when it came out because it was literally like anti-imperial, right? It was super, super controversial when it first came out, and then it got made into a movie because it was still popular and they still wanted to show like this side. Honestly, I think it's an important thing to watch and read. To be fair, Hayao Miyazaki is the same. Grave of the Fireflies is quite literally about what the fuck were we doing? we've let, you know, our youth and our country die to partake in monstrosities that aren't even related to us. What are we, like, what are we doing? God, Grave of the Fireflies is just so fucking heavy. Hi, Votakun. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Miyazaki, that was Ghibli. Sao Takahata. There's an author as well. To be fair though, Ghibli is also, Hayao Miyazaki is also anti-war. He hates that shit. He's openly said that. He likes planes, but he hates war. He likes war planes, but he fucking hates war. And his dad made planes, yeah. Ghibli's also crazily environmentalist. Very environmentalist. Okay, I'll leave you to sit with that, Drew. That, to be fair, there's a lot of Japanese media that's very pro-environmentalist, because Ghibli, all of Ghibli is pretty, like all of Spirited Away was just an environmental piece of like, wow, we have to save the earth. One Piece is doing it too now. My favorite Nintendo character, Bowser. Bozo. Bowser and then Peach. I didn't play Mario Odyssey. I just think Peach needs to give Bowser a chance. He's a good dad. He would make a magnificent husband. Just give him a chance, girl. Give him a chance. Daisy does not have more character than Peach. Daisy is just more, like, less feminine. I've talked about this. Men have this thing where they see a woman who's got more tomboy traits and more masculine traits, and then they go, wow, look at that character. Because when they see a character with more feminine traits and more womanly traits, they don't see a character, they just see a woman. I disagree with you. Because I don't know what character Daisy has apart her from being a little more out there, right? She's a little more animated. Her and Peach have the same amount of character. They have the same amount of character, they just have different personalities. I mean, the most ironic part is Rosalina has the most character out of anyone. She had a whole fucking story, I know that. Dude, people will say Peach has no character and then they don't play like Peach's game and then they still say Peach has no character. You want her character, play her game. They put a ton of character in her. That's why I got super like miffed at the it's why I got super miffed at the Mario movie when they made Peach more of this girl boss doing it all, and it's like, why do they have to make her like more like, you know, but they have to make her traits a little bit more masculine for people to like her, because we equate femininity and like womanliness with not personhood, but we equate more masculine traits with personhood. It's something that people do in the back of their minds. We equate it with weakness. We equate it with not having a personality. Like, oh, girls just like shopping. Girls just like shopping and makeup. That's not a personality. And it's like, there is personality in those things. Like, what are you talking about? Like, a girl will like shopping and makeup. Oh, they don't have a personality. A girl likes sports. A boy sports. Oh, they have personality. It's just, women can't do anything. Can't do anything. All women do is yap, eat hot chip, and lie. Because that's one of the reasons why I like Nami so much. She's very forward and she's aggressive and she's tough, but she still like enjoys being feminine and being a woman. That was like super inspirational to me. That she still can be this like this tough girl and she still can be strong, but she still cries. She still enjoys shopping. She still enjoys makeup. That doesn't take away from her toughness. I just, that really helped me in my own person. Because I'll tell you guys something personal. When I was like trying to find my own style, I felt weird wearing dresses and wearing makeup because I was like, I feel like I don't have the personality. I feel like I'm not feminine enough in my personality to like these things. Felt like I was wearing a costume. And then I like, this is so lame. And I got into One Piece and I saw a character like Nami and I was like, but she's got my personality, but she still enjoys these feminine things. Maybe I can still enjoy the way I dress, and I can still talk the way I talk, and not have to cater, you know, my outward appearance to my inward appearance. It was just, it means something to me, you know? Doo-doo. Mitch. Stop it. Daisy's still solo. Shut up. Vivi's like one of my ultimate favorite characters. It's true. It's true. Yeah, it's why I like Girl from Fan Letter so much. Also, fun fact, this is one of the reasons why Boa in Japan, Boa Hancock, she's a really popular character in Japan. One of the reasons is because women really, really like her. And they like her because she's very strong. And she's very, like, aggressive. Yet she still enjoys her own feminine, like, self. She still likes to be feminine. And she enjoys being feminine while still being strong. Like, her feminineness is her strength. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of women in Japan really, really like Boa. Because look, here's the thing. I'm all for anyone can dress however they want. And I know this sounds like I'm saying, well, women should just be feminine. And no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's this super, super, super weird idea that for women to cater to the world we live in and to be an adult, to be taken seriously, we have to have more masculine traits. It's just a fact of life. So we have to be feminine, but we also need some masculine traits if we want to be taken seriously. And I always see, like, masculinity is the default, right? Masculinity is the default. It's the default to dip into masculinity to be taken seriously, which is why it really fucking peeves me that in our world, right? Women, we will wear whatever we want and we will choose if we want to wear makeup or not wear makeup. We'll choose if we want to be butch or femme. But what really, really peeves me is men don't meet us in the middle. You guys haven't changed anything about your fashions or your looks for a very long time. You're stuck in this roadblock of masculinity. And it's like, I think it's great that we're doing everything. Like, but at the same time, nothing will change if it's just us. Right? And I'm like, I'm always telling my friends, I'm like, we need to start pushing men to start wearing makeup. We gotta start pressuring them to start shaving, wearing makeup, wearing prettier clothes. We can't keep doing everything anymore. We have to meet them in the middle because nothing's going to change otherwise. Otherwise, we're all going to default into, like, masculinity. It's so fucking annoying. Men are not meeting in the middle. They are not meeting in the middle. Dude, what man do you know that will try wearing makeup? Men were more feminine back in the fucking 70s than they are now. I'm telling you that as a fact. And the reason I know that is because there's even history about it. There's even fashion history about it. It is so not true. Of course I've met drag queens. Drag queens have been around since, like, the 1940s, guys. Even before that. Drag queens have been around for fucking eons. Drag queens are not what I'm talking about. Drag queens are a performance. I'm talking about every day-to-day existing. I'm talking about men going, you know what? I'm gonna wear some makeup today. I'm gonna shave my legs today. I'm gonna actually grow out and wash my hair and style it into little braids with a little bow today. How many fucking men are actually doing that? I don't ever see that. Ever. Right? Do you see that on the daily? Do you see groups of men doing that on the daily? No. They are not meeting us in the middle. Men dye their hair into patterns. That is not meeting anyone in the middle. Dyeing your hair is not a feminine trait. What are you talking about? That is not feminine. That is not an effeminate look. The hair dye is not specifically effeminate. Frosted tips, mate. That's hair dye. This is not at all. We are not being met in the middle. It is not true. It is not at all the vast majority of the case for men worldwide. You walk outside into society, you are not going to see multiple men wearing effeminate clothes or presenting effeminately, like with feminine. I don't think you know what feminine and effeminate is. I'm talking dresses, I'm talking makeup, I'm talking heels, I'm talking jewelry. You're not gonna fucking see that. Women, on the other hand, what do? We go into more masculine fashion. We'll wear masculine clothes. We wear butch clothes. Men don't do that. You know why? Because you're so scared of not being seen as straight. You are so scared. You are so scared of not being seen as a masculine man. It's just a fact of life. The homophobia is just insanely strong. So we're not ever met in the middle. Like, I'm telling you, if I go out on the street right now and I talk to 100 men randomly, maybe 2 of them might be wearing makeup. Maybe. Maybe. That's a big maybe. It's not that common at all. At all. We are not being met in the middle. Yes, even in Melbourne. They're also like, fun fact, in China, they've banned effeminate men. They've even tried to ban it. They haven't actually. It didn't work, obviously, but it's because they were like, oh, we can't have our men be gay. There's just this weird idea that if a man is effeminate, he's gay, and it's like, I've had it. I've fucking had it. I'm just saying, we are not met in the middle. It is not true. I just look around and I'm like, it's always about how women have to dress and how women have to present. It's fucking never the other way around, and it drives me nuts. Like, we're not gonna get anywhere if we keep talking to women and saying, well, this is how we should present. This is how we should dress. We've been doing that for millennia. I've had it. Go the other way now. We have to go the other way, guys. Stop it. Stop it. Bring out the booty shorts and the crop tops for men. Bring out the knee-high boots for men. I've had it, guys. I've had it. I'm sick of it. We must start shaming them. Make them sluttier. I demand it! I demand it. I also just hate mask fashion. I'm sorry, I hate it. I think it's so boring. Every time I look at like men's fashion, I'm so fucking sad about it. I'm so sad about it. I've had it. I've had it with fucking, like, every time there's like a big formal event and all the guys, nearly 90% of them are wearing a black suit. I fucking had it. I can't do it anymore. It's so boring and unfun. This isn't guy hate, this is masculinity hate. You are imprisoning yourselves and you don't even know it. You're not even having fun. Right. The guy who styles his fits after characters, I love that guy. Masculinity is an appearance. What? I'm not talking about energy. Masculinity is a made-up concept that we put labels on. Short hair is seen as masculine, right? Body hair in general is seen as masculine. A lot of muscles is seen as masculine. Is this masculine? No, we've just said it is. In the same way, femininity, right? Feminine means pink. That's feminine. High heels, that's feminine. Makeup, that's feminine. Is it? Are these the laws of nature? No, they are not the laws of nature. This is just shit we've made up. Male and masculine are two different things. I know that's like weird and I know that might blow your mind, but that's the case. Because fun fact, you can be male and feminine. Whoa, crazy, right? It's literally presentation. It's a social construct. Chat, is this real? Like, look at the amount of men out there that don't have long hair, for example. That just proves my point. Because back in the day, men had long hair. Everyone had long hair. That was seen as like a trait of men. And now, short hair is what's seen as a trait of masculinity. At least in the West it is. Of course, it's different per culture, right? It's different per culture and per country. But that's even more proof this is just made up shit. Different cultures and countries have different ideas of what's feminine and what's masculine. It's made up. No, it's fine to wear what you want. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying I don't think a lot of men are wearing what they want because they're restricted. I'm saying that these gender binaries and these walls are, it scares a lot of men. It scares a lot of them and they restrict themselves. They think, I can't wear that. I can't dress like that because that's not masculine, right? I'm saying that the reason women have branched out and we will dress both masculine and feminine is because we're trying to fucking break free from under these patriarchal ideals. But men haven't hit that point yet. A lot of them haven't hit that point yet. They're too scared to. I'm saying they're restricted because masculinity is a performance. You guys will fucking bully each other. You will bully each other. I've seen it. You guys want to talk about, oh god, men just don't like, you know, oh, like we don't really talk or really have that like a connection like we do with our girlfriends or something. Because you guys fucking bully each other. If you do anything that is outside of the pack mentality, you guys make fun of each other. Well, see, I'm obviously not talking about individuals. You know how with that thing, Drew, are you someone when someone says, wow, I hate men, do you say, well, not all men? Do you do that? I'm not talking about you, mate. I'm talking about the general way that this world works. It's pretty simple to see. Like masculinity, femininity, it's a performance. It's all a performance. And the reason I know that you guys are like stuck is because you're stuck in like I can't stand out. I can't stand out. I have to perform with the rest of these guys. Otherwise I will be made fun of. I'm saying this for benefit, by the way, because you know how there's that thing where it's like, oh my god, no one cares about men's mental health. Yes, we care. But the reason mental health for a lot of men is so poor, right? And statistically, this is true. Statistically, this is true, okay? Is because of the constrictions and restrictions that you guys have. Because you guys feel like you can't talk to each other. Because you guys feel like you can't be emotional with each other. Because you are restricted in being able to do that. Because of the umbrella that you are forced under, right? That's just the case. I'm trying to say this for your benefit. The more you start breaking out of this, the healthier you will be. It's so much better for yourself and your brain when you realize this shit's made up. I can wear what I want. I can do what I want. As long as you don't hurt anybody. It's that simple. It's made up. A cookbook supervillain. Sorry, I just read your message. New Flesh. That's so funny. But you have to understand, when I'm saying these things, I'm not saying this because I hate you. I'm saying this because it makes me sad. It makes me sad because I just feel like there's so much like invisible walls that everyone's trying to abide by to be like, oh god, I have to, you know, I have to stay in with the pack, and it just makes me sad. Drew, this is not a generalization of men when statistically this is accurate, like I'm telling you. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do. But a lot of you guys don't. Like I said, you go outside and you can ask, I'd say 100 guys, you know, what are you wearing? Are they wearing anything that's not masculine, or are they not wearing anything that goes beyond and past masculine fashion? No. Usually no. And then of course the male loneliness epidemic. Oh my god. And it's like, oh. It's just, I've had enough. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to show you there's more in the world. You can wear male fashion, but it's so limited. It's just so limited on purpose. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this because I just want everyone... I want everyone to understand that you don't have to be restricted. You don't have to be restricted by the binary. It's just so frustrating. I want everyone to be free. I want everyone to be free. Drew, male loneliness is a real thing because men are doing it to themselves. Okay, I agree with you. It's a real thing. But it's to be blamed on the men. And the reason for it's everything that I'm saying now, because it's so stuck in this invisible patriarchal masculinity wall that you guys are now like lonely. Which is exactly what I'm saying. Those are the restrictions. That's what it's doing to everyone. It's just sad. You have to be a man. You have to be masculine. Gee, why is my mental health so bad? It's for everyone's good. It's for everyone's good and everyone's health. I just want everyone to be free. It's all I want. And why do you feel alone as a man, Drew? You don't. So why do you think... Well, why did you? You are not taught how to love yourself. And why were you not taught how to love yourself? What was teaching you or not teaching you how to love yourself? It's just because I know, you know? I get it. It's just super frustrating when you are outside, like, this space, you know? You are outside this area looking in and you can see the problem. And when you say, I can see this is the problem, people go, no, it's not. And it's like, but it is the problem. Like, sorry, this is my favorite example. Like, guys won't even hug each other properly. They do the dap and the pat on the back. Tons of them don't even hug each other properly. That's my favorite example. And that makes me so sad. Just hug each other. Just hug each other. And it's really funny. I'll never forget. I was watching one of my other guy friends meet like some other guy of the same age. And he was very secure in himself, right? He was a very happy guy. He went in to hug him and the other guy said, oh, I don't hug. And he said, you do now. And he grabbed him in the biggest hug I've ever seen. And he was like, see, that's how you break out of it. That's how you help each other. You do now. That was so beautiful. That's what I like to see. Drew, I'm gonna keep saying that because you shouldn't be offended by it. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you talk to a woman and she says, oh god, men, and you say, not all men, some men, she's gonna avoid you. You're already being avoided. You need to work on that, man. Like, anyone knows they don't mean everyone. You're just being incredibly nitpicky for the sake of, well, I'm not that guy. When you say that, it sounds like you are that guy. You gotta reflect and look on yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Again, I'm saying this to help you. Do, 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 do. First of all, women do not get just as pissy as generalizations. If you say like all women do this, it's like most women will go, okay. But a lot of the time when you generalize women, once again, it's usually from an incredibly misogynistic place. Again, I'm not saying this because I'm a fucking misandrist. I'm saying this because I am noticing there's this barrier here, right? But like, let's say men will generalize all women, and the generalization, what's a generalization? It usually comes from an insane place of misogyny. That's why they're getting pissy. Not because you're generalizing them as all women, but because it's coming from a place of misogyny. I hate men and men is trash is not misandry, no. And you know why? Because there are two totally different sides going on here. There's two totally different sides. Because we're under a patriarchal system where women are being killed every day. Again, statistics. If you care about statistics that much, go and check it out. It's not misandry if you are literally scared under this umbrella. That's the point. The reason it's misogyny when men generalize women is because you guys are the ones on top and in charge and hurting us. That's what we're trying to say, right? These are important things to understand. When women say, I hate men, they're not looking at you and saying, I hate you. They're saying they hate what men are under this umbrella and system that we're stuck under. Which is why I'm saying it's good for everyone to break out of it. It's not an equal playing field, no. Like, if you get upset because a woman is saying, I hate men, or, oh, I pick the bear, you're kind of the problem. I'm sorry. You're clearly not understanding where this is coming from. A lot of the time, an upset or an anger for men from women comes from the fact that we are scared. A lot of the time, an upset or anger for men comes from the fact that, oh, I just hate women, or I don't like women. There's a really different thing going on here. An incredibly different thing going on here. That's the difference. It's always tone policing, isn't it? We are talking about the patriarchy still, yes. And again, I'm not saying this to be defensive. I'm saying this because you need to, like, you're not seeing, like, the world. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm trying to help. I'm trying to open up to, like, this is why these things are happening. This is why women are saying these things. It comes from a place of fear, not hatred a lot of the time. You're doing it again, Drew. You're doing it again. Again, Drew, when women say, I hate men, it's because it comes from a place of fear. Right? It comes from a place of, we have been hurt and abused and taken advantage of for a long time under a patriarchal system. When men say, I hate women, where the fuck is that coming from? Where is that coming from? I really need you to think about this. Where is that coming from? If a woman says, I hate a man, I'm not going to think that woman's going to hurt a man. If a man says, I hate women, I'm going to think that man's going to hurt a woman. Mistrust or trauma. Yes. Where does that trauma come from? Where does that mistrust come from? Who's putting that? Who's creating that mistrust and trauma? Think about it. I really need you to think about it. It's fundamentally different. And it's insane to say it's not different. It's insane to say those two statements are the same thing. Being cheated on by your girlfriend. And there you go. That is a generalization of women. That women cheat. That is a generalization of women. And where the fuck does that come from? That comes from sexist, misogynistic ideas that all women are loose. All women are easy. That women are not faithful. When statistically, you know who cheats the most? Statistically, these are numbers, men. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You have just proven my point. That there's this idea that all women will cheat, all women are loose. Right? I'm sorry your girlfriend lied to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. But I'm not talking about you specifically once again. Just because that happened to you, you are not the majority. I'm telling you you're not. But there is this idea that all women cheat. All women are liars. That comes from a place of misogyny. A lot of the time, when women have a fear of men being violent or aggressive, that comes from a patriarchal idea of what men have to be and enforce on women. That happens to a lot of women. Like, I'm talking statistics here. Like, what you just said to me is an example of generalization of coming from misogyny. Generalization of men does not come from misandry. It literally comes from, statistically, what women have been going through for years. Like, and I also, by the way, compare like, oh my god, I'm scared that this man could hurt me, to I'm scared she'll cheat on me. Which one is scarier there? Like, when a woman gets with a man, their biggest fear is not this man cheating on them. Their biggest fear is this physical danger. And you can call that generalization, but that has come from somewhere. And it comes from somewhere for a reason. Which is why I'm saying those are two totally different statements. It's just, this is such an important conversation to have for this reason. Because a lot of guys don't get it. They just don't get it. I'm not saying this from a hateful place. I'm saying that this is the lives a lot of us live. And it's difficult for a lot of guys to put themselves in our shoes and understand this. Women can cheat even more than that. Once again, statistically, that doesn't happen. I'm literally talking about statistics. We have statistics for this. Like, yeah, they can. Statistically, they don't. So what does that say? I'm telling you, those generalizations always come from a sexist place. You don't want women to be afraid of you. I understand that, Drew. But when you're talking to a woman or with a woman, you have to understand that this is still something that we all have in the back of our heads. All you can do is just talk to them normally and be nice to them and be sweet to them. But Drew, the way you say these things, like it's not all men, that's going to make warning signs go off in their heads and think he's not listening, or he's not, like, again, tone policing, which makes it sound like, but you know, I'm a different guy. If you don't want women to be afraid of you, then listen to them. It's that simple. Kason, that's another one, because that's another one that, again, statistically is not true. And you know why that's not true? Because there are so many instances of a spouse harming their partner, usually a man harming their partner, right? And they get away scot-free. On the other hand, if a woman has been harmed by their partner, they're not usually taken that seriously. There's this real hubbub of, oh god, oh god, oh god. It's a struggle to be taken seriously when that happens. Like, again, once again, this is statistics. It just, every time I see these things of, well, what about this? What about this? And it's like, a lot of the time, this is a made up fear that is just, well, I can be the victim. That's usually what it is. Hi, Kev. It's not an attack, and it's not an attack. I really have to remind all of you, it's not an attack. This is just, this is how the world currently is. And this is why this is such an important conversation to have. Right? The sun is in my room. God is shining down on me and projecting into my brain. Drew, that's another thing though. You say that and women want to be seen as people first. We want to be seen as people first and not just women. And that's what we've been fighting for all our fucking lives. Because you know what? I can always tell when someone is talking to me, especially a guy, especially being online like this, especially being in a male-dominated space, which I am in, and I'm seen as woman. Like, not just fan who likes One Piece. I'm seen as a woman who likes One Piece. Without fail. Like, everything you're saying, I get it and I understand, but it goes back around and it's fundamentally different. Pink One Piece lady. Mm-hmm. Pickle jar, Mitch, pickle jar. I used to think, should I even talk about these things? I've talked about this, but I think it's important. I think it's important because some people probably won't have conversations like this with people in their lives. You know what I mean? I think it's good food for thought. I personally also don't like fear men because I was very lucky to have very supportive and very caring like male figures in my life. However, there are still times in my life where I am scared of men. Like, I don't just fear men automatically, you know what I mean? But there's still times in my life where if I'm out somewhere or I'm talking to someone, something will be said or an action will be made where I will think, is this dangerous? Like, I don't fear men, but there are still moments where I will be scared of a man. And that's, again, that's just how the world is. Oh, there are weirdos abound everywhere. Drew, the reason we're told we're valued is because we are baby making machines. We're baby making machines that are only valuable so long as we have families and have children and get a good husband. Because I can tell you now, as a woman who is not interested in men, I'm sure not made to feel very valuable, but the reason I still feel valuable is because of my community. Like, we're valuable until we get old, until we can't look after our children, or until we don't want children, or until we can't have children. Like, tell a 40-year-old woman with no husband and no child that she is valuable, that people see her as more valuable. I guarantee you that's not true. She is valuable, by the way, but she's made to believe she's not. Right? Like, I don't want kids, and I'm always told, you want them, you want them. No, I don't! Like, we are so valuable that we still are not given a choice in our own body sometimes. Wow, that's how valuable we are. Fantastic. Just great, right? But yeah, I just hope that this has helped people think a bit more. It's a critical think. Critical thinking. Guys match less than women because, once again, Tinder is a fucking hellhole. Tinder is horrifying. Tinder, by the way, is one of the scariest things because you're not knowing or of this guy until you meet this guy, right? And I'm telling you, like, it is terrifying to meet up with a dude that you've never seen before, especially on a social media site. Like, there are secret rules for us when it comes to matching with men on something like Tinder, which is it must always be in a public place. You must always tell a friend where you're going. And you must always make sure you keep your drink on you. That is why women match more than men, because there's an abundance of men on Tinder, but only some of them are going to be picked because, once again, we are scared. We are scared of how some of these men look. We are scared of how some of these men look. We are scared of how some of these men talk. But also, that's less so like men match less on Tinder. That's because there's more men on Tinder. That's because more men desire a partner than women do. Once again, that's statistics. All I'm saying with this is every time, like, you are saying, well, like, there's this issue for men, and once again, I understand there is that issue, but I'm always saying, but then the issue for women is literally our physical safety. Like, you will always say, like, well, what about this issue? And it's like, I understand you have that issue, but it always comes back to, yes, but I'm not worrying about something like, oh, I didn't get a match on Tinder. I'm worrying about, what if this match on Tinder will try to harm me? Like, that's our biggest worry, which is why when it's like you guys have a worry, it just feels like it doesn't feel as much in comparison. I can get into why men feel they desire a partner more, but you're not gonna like it, Drew, because that's once again about patriarchy, and that's once again about the restrictions of the system that is forced on you. But once, you know, I don't think you want to hear it. Tinder is still a thing. It's gay to wipe and wash my ass. Because fun fact, statistically, women who are single in their 30s are the happiest demographic in the world. Men who are single in their 30s are the saddest demographic in the world, the most depressed demographic in the world. And again, the reason for that is because due to feminist movements, women have broken out of the idea that we need the support from men, that we need to be looked after by men, that we need a male partner, we are actually allowed to just exist in our own skin. We don't have to meet these goalposts. Men haven't hit that yet. A lot of guys haven't hit that yet. A lot of guys haven't understood you don't have to meet those goalposts. You don't have to get a girlfriend and a wife to be seen as a success, to be seen as happy. Men who are married are happier than women who are married. That's another statistic. Another statistic is men who have a wife or a girlfriend or a woman in their life live longer, right? But women who have a man in their life live shorter. Once again, if you look at these numbers and you look at these statistics, you can see there's an imbalance happening. And that imbalance is men are relying on women for their happiness. And the reason you're relying on women for their happiness, for your happiness, is because you don't think you can get it anywhere else. Because you are being told by the big man, that's what will make you happy. A girlfriend, a wife, children. That's what will make you happy. That's what makes you a success. That's what makes you a man, head of a household, makes you feel good. And even then, your wife or your girlfriend is your emotional support. You'll talk to your wife or girlfriend about the emotional, mental problems that you have. You'll talk to your wife or girlfriend about the bad day you've had in a very heavy way. Your wife or girlfriend does all the emotional lifting. You don't talk that way to your male friends. A lot of men don't. Not you specifically. Again, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying a lot of guys rely on their female partner, right? For that emotional stability. And that is dangerous. It is so important to love yourself and be stable with yourself before getting a partner. A partner can help you, but they can't take you all the way there. They shouldn't be the only thing that you can rely on. It's textbook dependency, because I don't have a partner. I'm 26, I don't have a partner. I don't feel the need for a partner. I am quite happy with where I am. A lot of men in my same age group who are also single don't feel the same way as me. And this is what I'm saying. This is the restrictions of patriarchy. Women, we are having our movements. We are realizing that we don't have to stick to these goalposts to be happy. Men haven't had that. A lot of you guys haven't realized that yet. You don't need these goalposts. You don't need to meet these marks to be happy. You need to find happiness within your own communities and within your own circles. But you continue to rely on women for your happiness, and then that makes you bitter. That makes you bitter. Use collecting things to stimulate your happiness. That's so good. I like One Piece. One Piece stimulates my happiness. But again, I'm saying all of this as someone who's already outside of this bubble. I'm a lesbian, right? So I'm already outside of like what patriarchy expects of me. I was never going to fit into that. So it's been easier for me to find my own happiness, right? But when you can like exist within it and be accepted and fit into it, it's harder to break out of it because it feels like there's something easier that can help. But it's still beneficial to get out of it. Oh, I don't care about aging population. I mean, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't care. I think that's a made up panic. The reason I think that's a made up panic is because an aging population harms the 1%. An aging population harms the 1%. Literally 10 years ago, what we were complaining about was overpopulation. Now we're complaining about aging population. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on? So like previously it was, oh god, there's too many people. Now it's there's not enough people. I've had it. I don't care about an aging population. We're not gonna go extinct. And I honestly think there's more benefits to an aging population because that will create more community. That will help more with combining countries. But that's just me. That's just me. Like, I think an aging population is made up. It's literally, oh god, we don't have enough factory workers. I don't care. I am happy to not have children and die and contribute to the aging population. Oh yeah, of course I know what's going on in Seoul.
Howdy do, boys.
Also, majority of the time an aging population happens because of quality of life. Quality of life goes down, people don't want to have children. Wow, it's that simple. The more a nation ages, the more the nation needs to improve their quality of life or die out. Which is why it's like people going, ah, aging nation. It's like, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. Improve the quality of life and maybe people will want to have families. I literally said, if I were in the Pokemon world, I would get Drifloon and let them play in my front yard so kids would stay away from my house. And I stand by that. I'm a witch! Anyway, to recap everything, Drew, I'm not personally attacking you. None of this was a personal attack. It's just good to have these conversations. And I totally understand where you're coming from. But you gotta meet me in the middle. I totally get it, but none of it is an attack. I just want a better world for everyone. You left Sunji on their windshield? I wish someone would do that to me. I'll drop my address so you guys can throw Sunji stuff at my house. I'd have an A-pom and an Ambipom, I know that much. Specifically an Ambipom. And a Baneri. Babies are ugly. Babies are ugly. They're ugly. They're all ugly. I feel so awkward when someone shows me a photo of like a baby and they go, oh, isn't that cute? And I'm like, yeah, they all look the same to me. They all look like ugly little things. I haven't seen Superman. Now I have to. I need to because I do want to be part of the new, like, DC era. Because I really do think this is, like, a change in time. I need to see it. Dude. Sorry, it says I got a missed call, but I think it was spam. I know, I want to see it, I want to see it, I want to see it. Also, thank you for the donation. That's okay, Drew. Maybe I'm changing the world one piece yaoi stream at a time. One Zosan yaoi art at a time. It is a shame that Henry Cavill got nerfed by fucking Zack Snyder. Is it Cavill or Cavill? Sorry. But it's a shame that he got nerfed by Zack Snyder. Because he was a good Superman. He looked like a good Superman. He just got a horrible director and script. And that pisses me off. Did you see James Gunn said if Chris Pratt were younger, he would have been Superman? That had to be a joke, right? Surely he was joking. Hang on. Our door went off. Roommate's gone to get it. Oh god, did he? Oh! Thank you, Aaron. Why does that always happen? Why does that always happen? Can't like shit. New flesh, don't. Don't! Say something nice about Sanji. He's kind to mice. That's a really good one. That's it! Zim, kill them! Mods! Kill them! Zim, you got 2 to take out. Kill them! Zim, what's going on? Oh my god, I have to do everything myself. I have to do everything myself. Well, too bad. Whoa, 600 seconds. Hang on. Mod. My mod has disobeyed me. Zim, what's happening? Hang on, 600 seconds is too much. Tyson was the other one. See ya. Zim, disobey me again. You're getting a timeout. And that means your mod will be removed until I give it back. And that means you can't set up polls anymore. So you better obey me. You are my mod. You are my mod. Do, 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 do. Everyone shut up. I just got a photo of my 2 cats. Well, one of them's my cat. The other one is I'm like her aunt. Oh, they are so cute. Oh my god, that's a bit too close. Oh! They're snuggling! They don't really snuggle. They don't snuggle much. But because it's cold, they have to snuggle. They are so cute. Aw. See, so... That's Blueberry, and that's Mary. Mary. Blueberry. Mary and Blueberry. Aren't they cute? Mary is named after the Going Merry, by the way, and I did not name her. Shocker, I know. My roommate did. He is also a One Piece fan. Cat named Blueberry because when I adopted her from the shelter... What is he doing walking up there? When I adopted her from the shelter... She was, I think, 1 year and 9 months already, and her name was Blueberry. And I was like, well, she's already an adult, and I like blueberries. Blueberries is like my favorite fruit. And I was like, maybe it's fate. Maybe it's fate. I'll just keep her as Blueberry. And she was super cute. She's still super cute. Fruit family. Blueberries are just healthy. Antioxidants, whatever that means. Whatever that is. Guys, I don't know what, like, what's gluten? I don't know what gluten is. Because, my friend was like, oh, I'm gonna have to go gluten-free. And then I was like, what is gluten? Like, bitch, what the fuck is gluten? I don't know what gluten is. I know it's in things, but I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, no, gluten-free, like, bread is so fucking gross. It's really gross. Sarah tried to make a gluten-free cake, and she was like, no, cake needs gluten. I love yeast. Like, yeast starters, I'm obsessed with them. I like how they're alive. I like how they're alive and they breathe and they move. I'm obsessed with them. I've said this before. I'm sure Sanji's got his own little yeast starter bowl when he makes bread. He keeps his little yeast starter bowl in his kitchen. He feeds it every day. I think it's beautiful. If I made bread, I'd have a yeast starter and it'd be my pet. I'd love it so dearly. I love it because, like, it just remains. Like, there are yeast starters that are generational. There's a yeast starter that someone has had since their grandmother. It's been passed down. I think that's beautiful, the generational yeast starter. I'm lactose intolerant. But I take lactase pills, and that helps. Hi, applesauce. I love fungus. I love fungi. They're so weird. They're like not a plant or a creature. They talk to each other. Oh, I love them. Kev, what is that? I know you don't like mushrooms, Sim. I know. I know, because you hate everything I love. Don't like pickles, don't like mushrooms. Don't like, what was the other one? Don't like most fruits. Well, no, I do not have that, Kev. Don't like kale. What voices do I give chat? You all sound like babies to me. You sound like goo goo gaga. Like your iPad babies to me. Hababa. Gabada gababa. That's such a question. When are we Mario Partying again? Fuck, I want to Mario Party again. I mean, I'm so busy though. I'm so busy. I cannot play Mario Kart today. I've got a lot of work to do. I don't even have the spine done, guys. Look at this. I've got tons of work to do. And I'm trying to stream and go to bed at a reasonable time. Guy with 3 eyes, I just can't imagine it. I just think Gunko was a royal and Brooke was a knight. Not a holy knight, but a knight. You're a trained soprano. Can you sing Loving You? It's easy 'cause you're beautiful. Ah! Oh, that's awesome. Oh, good job, Volticun. I'm glad you're spending your day off with me and with us. I was about to moonbeam ice cream. Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. 'Cause it feels so mystical, magical. I've never heard that whole song, by the way, and I don't plan to. I've had somebody that I used to know stuck in my head for a while. Over this month. Like, I will say the words, he was somebody that he used to know. And I go, ah, somebody that I used to know. It's really hard to say that and then not sing the song. I've also had piss poo, mostly pee stuck in my head too. New Flesh, did you just come out of timeout? Oh! Thank you! Oh my god! Luffy appearance. Character arc. Newsflash, asshole! I've been hearing it the whole fucking time! Then why didn't you say anything? Because I hate you! Sorry, that is one of my favorite scenes in anything ever. I love because I hate you! Can't read? Yeah, you are a One Piece fan. One Piece fans can't read. Oop. Need? Why are you called Need? Who is calling you Need? Oh. Ah. Damn! Can't read, can't type. What the hell is wrong with this chat? Maybe if you typed with 2 fingers like me. What do you mean entering my bullying phase? I've always been in my bullying phase. Babies. This is why you're all babies. You're all babies. Can't read, can't type. Goo goo gaga. I hate babies and I hate you! I hate being in this cage! Where you'll look at me. What the hell is Goo Goo Babe? Kev, what the hell? Where are you finding these things? Have you ever heard of Splonko McBonk or something? This is like shit that you say to me. Ever heard of Schmip? Schmip and Bop? Bitch, no? Goo Goo Babies? How does it feel to bully a kindergarten? I feel like that tweet that's like someone said something about like babies, and someone said 100 million babies would disagree, and then they were like, I can easily win a debate against 100 million babies. I think about that all the time. That's what I feel like right now. How do you feel bullying kindergartens? I feel smarter than you. Bro, I'm winning. That's right, he was talking about abortion, and then someone was like, well, 1 million babies would disagree, and he said I could easily win a debate against 1 million babies. That's so iconic. 1 Mel versus 1,000 babies, and I'd win. The sun versus 1 trillion lions. It's a lot of lions. In all honesty, I do think 1 million babies in a physical fight could overpower me. I think I would lose that. It's only because that's just too many babies. At that point, I'd want to die. $100 Mels versus a gorilla. The gorilla's winning. I'm someone who is team gorilla even with the 100 men versus 1 gorilla. I'm team gorilla. I'm not an idiot to believe the human race can take on a gorilla with bare hands. How old are the babies? No, we're not going into logistics. No. But we can't use rocks. That's what I'm saying. Bare hands. No fucking way are we winning this shit. The only reason we are this powerful is because of tools. These can't do shit. These are useless. You are not winning against anything with these. Maybe a bug or two. Sorry, Sarah sent me a message. My muscles are huge. Put me in a room with a gorilla, I will befriend the gorilla. Just turn your back to the gorilla and roll up in a ball. And the gorilla will befriend you. They will be like, what is this sad, pathetic little thing? I have to look after it. Hi, Subaki! Good schmorning. We also took down mammoths with tools. Every time someone says we used to take down, okay, first of all, that was a fucking million years ago. We were not Homo sapiens back then. We were Neanderthals. Bro, we were totally different creatures back then. Second of all, it's always with tools. Every time people bring up, but, it's with tools. These are useless. These are useless. If you're in a room with a gorilla and you don't have any tools, you're losing. You're losing. The only reason we made it anywhere is because we were smart enough to make tools. That's it. We're losing if we don't have tools. We don't have claws. We don't have sharp teeth. We can't rip a skull apart with our bare hands. We're losing. You need space to evade. It doesn't matter how big the room is. You're losing. Because you know why? You can evade the gorilla. You know what the gorilla's going to do? It's going to fucking sit there. The gorilla is going to get its stamina back because everyone's... Oh, evasion. The gorilla's fucking sitting there. The gorilla is not going to be approaching you. You will be approaching the gorilla. And the gorilla will win. But if I evade it... Okay, the gorilla's going to sit down and let you evade him. And then when you walk up to it, because you have to fight it eventually, have fun getting your skull crushed. Every time people say, but back when we used to hunt, bitch, we were not Homo sapiens back then. Not when we were hunting mammoths. I do not believe we had evolved into Homo sapiens at that point. I don't know, when did we become Homo sapiens? When Homo sapiens? 300,000 years ago. Not even a million years ago. When were mammoths alive? 6.2 million years ago. Bitch, we were not Homo sapiens. Every time people bring up hunting mammoths, bitch, that wasn't us. That wasn't us. We know Homo. That was the Neanderthals. I look up when mammoth alive. They lived from the late until about 4,000 years ago. What the fuck? They lived for eons. I didn't know they lived for that long. They lived from 6.2 million years ago into 4,000 years ago. How did they evolve? They have to have their own Neanderthals. That's fucking crazy. I didn't realize they were that old. But bring them back! Wait! No, you're right! Bring them back! That's insane! We just missed them! Oh my god, I didn't know! Well then, okay. The 16 million year old mammoth definitely looks different to the 4,000 year old mammoth. Do you understand what I mean? Like, that has got to be a different species of mammoth. Oh yeah, sharks are old as fuck. Either way, my point still stands. Tools. Kev, don't send me goo goo babies. I don't want to see goo goo babies. Get goo goo babies out of my DMs. However, I am correct in saying that when mammoths were around, we were Neanderthals. I want to eat the mammoth meatballs so bad. Rat-sized mammoths would be adorable. You're heading into Jurassic Park territory. You know what else we should do? We should make a park. Guys, we should make a park of genetic engineering. Nothing can go wrong. That's one way to put it. Science is beautiful. Neanderthals are not our ancestors. Well, it's your ancestor. Get it? 'Cause you're stupid? Sorry. I don't mean it. I got him! Got him, got him. I wonder how much Neanderthal DNA I have. I'd love to find out. I bet I have 2%. I bet I've got Neanderthal blood in my veins. That's why I'm so strong. It's why when I see Sanji, I go, oh! Give me! Give! Give him to me! Give funny man! That's why. It's the Neanderthal in me. Demand! Demand funny man! Demand sad man! Isn't that because I'm Italian? You might be right. Me and Mel. We have a very normal crow in the YouTube chat. But how normal is it for crows to type? I guess they're smart. I hope there's lead in this wig. I'm sick of thinking. I don't want to think anymore! Yeah, I'm full of microplastics. I like to believe I'm a microplastic asbestos mix. You know? I think I'm a bit of a combination. Because fun fact, I worked in the tech crew in my high school, so I worked like backstage, and we put on a musical, and we were working it in that like building for like a month, probably over that. And directly after we put on the musical, they took down the building because it was full of asbestos, and everyone went, "What?" We went, "Wait, we were in that building for like a month." I think I'm full of many things. I think there's many things wrong with me. Don't forget the lead. I've also got lead in me. New flesh, maybe your cat might run out of your house. Mine doesn't. We are also loving. Maybe don't open your door to your cat, huh? This is a joke. I'm sure you're lovely to your cat. There's an asbestos town? If ferrets were worshipped, why aren't they in any of the murals? Why is there no ferret god? Ferret god Egypt. There's no ferret god. Bro, I didn't see a single mummified ferret. But there are tons of mummified cats. Not a single mummified ferret. You are lying to me. This is a lie. Oh, jeez. Well, Kaysen, now I know. Thank you for that. But I guess that's good to know. We just haven't discovered them yet. To be fair, Egypt is old as fuck. Like, ancient Egypt was so old. They literally had their own, like, ancient languages. They had their own ancient ruins in ancient Egypt. How fucking crazy. Every time I think about that, it blows my mind. Like, it was so old. When has there ever been ferrets in Egypt? Thank you, Sabaki. I don't know. I think someone's making this up. Bye-bye. Like, ancient Egypt had their own archaeologists for ancient Egypt. That is fucking crazy. That is how old it is. Ancient Egypt had, like, different languages that got lost throughout their time as a civilization. That is insane. I can't wrap my mind around it. I love ancient Egypt and thinking about, like, that civilization. Because it's like, everything shall pass, you know what I mean? everything shall pass. Like, the saying of the world is filled with what is it? The remains of like past civilizations. There's just something comforting about that, weirdly enough. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. La 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 la. Yeah, Cleopatra living closer to our time than the building of the pyramids. Oh, sorry. Than the founding of Egypt. Wait, isn't that true though? Doesn't she live closer to our time than the building of the original pyramids? I think so. Yeah, that's crazy. Ferrets were domesticated. They just weren't particularly blessed. Wow, they were the bum pets. They're the pets that you get when you want a bum bad pet. I mean, when I went to the Museum of Stolen Artifacts in England, because it's just incredible seeing things from BC. It just blows my mind. And finding out that the ancient Romans had like captains on their ships, like in their armies, who were from Egypt, and they were leading some of their ships. That's just, again, incredible to me. It blows my mind. The funniest part of the British Museum was when they have a Easter Island head. I don't remember the actual name of the heads, I'm sorry, but they had an Easter Island head, and I was reading about it and I was like, that is insane that they have that. And I was reading about it and it was like Moai, is that how you say it? Moai? But it was like the people of like that culture, right? Moai? The people of that culture asked for their Easter Island head back, for the Moai head back. And then it just ended on that, and I was like, so you didn't give it back? Like, why the fuck did you write that as part of the thing? I don't understand. They were basically writing it like, wow, what an incredible thing that we have this. The people asked for it back and we didn't give it back. And I was like, why are you telling me that? Like, I'll never forget that one, because I was like, what in the like, why are you telling us that they wanted it back and you didn't give it back? You clearly didn't give it back. It was just so bizarre. Also, Kaysen, they did have a lot of Aboriginal history and artifacts in the museum. The saddest part is they actually had a probably more extensive set than I have seen in Australia. That's how fucking sad it is. They were a lot better organized and a lot better like explained than I've seen in an Australian museum. And I remember thinking how depressing that was. Like, I learned a lot in that museum. The British Museum said that Aboriginal Australians have the oldest known culture and recorded culture to date that we know of. And I don't remember reading that in an Australian museum, you know? Maybe I did and I forgot. I don't know, but I don't remember it being that extensive, the knowledge that extensive. I'm not sure, guy with 3 eyes. I will say, as much as I don't like the ethics of National History of Stolen Artifacts, Kaisen, a lot of the Aboriginal Australian artifacts or like things that they had was modern day made things that was made for the museum to show in the museum, and they even showed the videos of the people who made them, basically showing, like, they would basically show something and then they'd say they were using a technique that has been used from thousands of years ago to make this. But they still had some stolen things, don't get me wrong, but it was still presented in quite a nice way. But of course, I'm not Aboriginal Australian, so I can't speak for you. They still have your shit, it's true. I remember when I was looking at the Mona Lisa in France, and I was like, why the fuck does France have this? I was like, wait, isn't this Italian? And then it just turns out because it was stolen, you know, and then given to royalty and then donated, and I was like, okay. As everything that does, I guess. Oh no, it's tiny. It was incredible going through the Louvre though, really incredible. Like, stone, marble statues personally for me are something I love them, I love them. So going through the marble statue section in the Louvre, I spent nearly the whole day there just looking at all the statues. I just think they're beautiful. The JoJo section? I don't know what that is. I had no idea. Well, no, it wasn't on when I was there. The Vatican stealing shit and locking it away is fucking criminal. Like, I think about that a lot, and they get away with it because, you know, the gods, and it's like, but that's history that you're hiding away. What the fuck? I think about that a lot. That sounds a bit familiar. Interesting. ancient India as well is it's just incredible to like. Once again, Museum of Stolen Artifacts. While I do not like the ethics of it, it was still incredible to go through like the section of India and see everything from the past. Oh, history is just so cool. Gariba power scaling. I don't know how we got into this. Oh! Because we were talking about hunting, and then someone brought up mammoths, and then I brought up Neanderthals, and then we brought up Homo sapiens, and then that brought up history, and then that brought up Egypt. Everything's connected. Asbestos also got in there somehow. Berlin, the Pergamon Museum. You bet. I love museums. One of my favorite things to do when going to a new country is going to a museum in that country. That was a lie! Misinformation has struck again. What has One Piece taught you, King? What has One Piece taught you? Shaking my head. You're a phony! A big fat phony! Statue of David in Florence. Yeah, it's massive. One of my fun facts about that statue is if you see this statue at like eye level, the proportions are really weird because when the statue was being made, fuck, which artist made David? Was it Leonardo or was it? It was Leonardo, right? I need to get my art history right. Fuck, it was Michelangelo! Oh, I was gonna say Michelangelo. Anyway, when Michelangelo was making that statue, he knew that most people were going to see it from obviously the ground, right? And that changes the proportions. So when you see it at eye level, the proportions look kind of weird. Because that's not how you're supposed to be viewing it. You're supposed to be viewing it from down below and from those different angles from the ground. Yeah, Michelangelo was a sculptor and he was also horrible at sculpting women. He hated sculpting women. Da Vinci? He hated his commissions. fucking hated working on the Vatican. Wait. Yes. Thank God I got that name right. I nearly got it wrong in my head. But he hated working on it. He despised it. They literally had to like keep grabbing him and pulling him back to keep working on it. Oh, do I mean this? Wait, did I get that wrong? Oh fuck, did I get it wrong? Is it Sistine Chapel? My art history. It is the Vatican. Oh. Why? Sistine Chapel, why you make me question myself? I promise I'm good at things and remembering things. Well, we're talking about Michelangelo, not Leonardo. Who brought up Leonardo? But yeah, Michelangelo fucking hated working on that. They had to keep pulling him back because he despised working on it. He just wanted to sculpt men. Isn't the guy who made the bean in Chicago, isn't he like an asshole? Is he the guy that like stole like the blackest color of black and then made it so no one else could use it? He like copyrighted it like an asshole? Is that the same guy? Yeah, he's an asshole. Fuck him. Keep calling it the bean. He's a mean bean. I mean, the guy who made the bean is not in history. He's a modern artist. I guess he'll be in history. Da Vinci? Can I be honest with you guys? If those two twins end up like doing something horrible, I'm gonna be distraught. I don't have parasocial relationships, but they're just nice. They better just be genuinely nice, or I'll be distraught. I use Sony Vegas Pro 17. Yeah, they're professional wrestlers. I'll try to not do anything bastardous. I'll try to make my only forgot the word. I'm having a day today. My only scandal. I'll try to make my only scandals be that I have bad One Piece opinions. And I promise I'll work every day to not ever be a bastard. Guys, when people ask about me, you have to say, oh my god, I met MelonTeee at a charity event once. She was down to earth and very funny. I saw that power scaling son shipping daughter discourse, and the only reason I saw that is because when I freaked out about Shanks and Buggy in chapter 1152 and I put it on Twitter, some guys were QRTing it with power scaling son any day, and I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? And then I was like, oh, I see, they're insulting me. And I was like, that is such a lame thing to say. I just can't imagine seeing someone being happy and having joy and going, no, I would never want a daughter with joy that likes yaoi. Ew. I saw Mel beating up babies. Those. All I know is when it comes to shippers, it's mostly just infighting. Shippers tend to just infight with each other, but when it comes to power scalers, they tend to enter into shipping areas and cause a scene. And it's like, you can just stay away from them, you know that, right? Like, if you hate shippers so much, you can just stay away from them. I don't tend to see too many shippers voluntarily walking into a power scaling space just to say, I'm gonna make them kiss. You know what I mean? Or like say, wow, you're a horrible person, I'm going to like kill you. Or call them slurs. I don't tend to see that happen much. Don't get me wrong, shippers can be bad too. Everyone can be horrible. It's just one tends to enter the other one's space more than often. More often. Like, I will be like, Zoro is gay, and then a power scaler will be like, you stupid shipper, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why are you entering the conversation? Leave! Just leave! You are not part of this conversation. You have inserted yourself in this conversation. You can leave me alone, I promise. I promise I'm not talking to you. Butter, you can't say that because that makes them really upset. I literally say that shipping and shipping fan art and shipping writing contributes more to a fandom creative-wise than power scaling does. Because power scaling is mainly just threads and memes, which can be fun, but shipping is majorly art. Most art in a fandom comes from shipping and shippers. And that, like, is something that a lot of power scaling people can't fathom. They just don't want to. They either don't believe it or they refuse to believe it. Power scalers make art. They make art. Don't get me wrong. Like, people can still make art and not be a shipper. Like, I like any forms of art, but majority of the art in a heavy way will come from the shipping side. And they don't even make shipping art all the time. It's usually just art of a character they like, but they also tend to be a shipper. Like, yeah, it's true. The majority of events, like anime events, they have Artist Alley. Majority of Artist Alley is taken up by shippers. Like, they are the ones creating the events. You can make your power scaling threads and memes, but you can't. That's not gonna make it to an anime convention. You know what I mean? That's not gonna make it within a real life space unless you want to sit down and have drinks and talk about your scaling, which you can do. That's totally fine. Sorry, getting messages. Anyway, what were we talking about? Shipping. A fighting game. Yeah, I like Smash Bros. I don't like the community, but I like playing Smash Bros with my friends. Like you're meant to. Look, I always say it. Power scaling's not bad. It's just when some of them get really aggressive and they insist this is the story. This is what is supposed to be the story. And it's like, maybe for other mangas, but not for One Piece. Like, when I read One Piece, I truly do not feel that Oda is writing, like, some of these battles with power scaling in mind. I really don't feel that. Because, like, I like shipping, but I do not believe Oda's writing One Piece with the idea of shipping. I just like it, and I think power scalers need that same mindset. You can like power scaling, but it's not all of One Piece. It's probably not what Oda's intending. Because a lot of power scalers think shippers will think they're shippers endgame. They genuinely think that us shippers think, yeah, Oda's writing Zoro and Sanji wanting to raw dog each other. No, I don't actually think Oda's writing like that. I just want them to raw dog each other. It's that simple. Oda's given me the base. I'm enjoying my own side dish, okay? But I can still read One Piece with understanding that this is not what he's writing about. I'll never forget when I heard of a gender piece. I thought a gender piece was like Zora being gay. Like the gay agenda, the woke agenda. And then I found out it was just like theory crafting and power scaling again. And I was like, oh, okay. It didn't sound like it to me. I mean, a gender piece gave us the meme of Sanji in a cheerleading outfit. So I'll take it. I'll take what I can. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit. Captain Useless Mid as well was fantastic, I'm afraid. That was just fantastic. Sora's asthma! Oh god, there was so much. It's a really good time to catch up right now. It's a really good time. This is base Lucci we're dealing with. To this day, I still don't know what base Lucci is. I was confused about base Lucci because I thought base Lucci would be when he's not in his animal form. But they're talking about Lucci in his animal form, so I was like, whatever. I don't want to know, and I don't need to know. But Kaisen, it can't be Lucci in his human form. Because he was fighting Lucci in his animal form. Which is why I'm like, what? Spread misinfo? If that's a gender piece and it's purposely about being misinformative, but you have people taking it seriously, no fucking wonder there are people with horrible opinions. I'm not even talking about people who are being misinformative on purpose. I'm talking about the people that take it seriously. The police are after me! Fuck! God, no wonder their opinions don't make any sense. They're literally not reading the story. Law made up his backstory. That was a good one. Alright. I gotta piss. I'll be back. Have fun with the music. I'm back. Sorry, I went on a side quest. My side quest was putting on my hoodie and patting my cats. Because they're snuggling so nicely, they're very cute. I did not drink the hand soap. Actually, my roommate and friend Aaron said something that really pissed me off. This was like a few days ago. We would, like, me and my roommates were all like cleaning up the kitchen. And then I was at the sink and he said, I have to wash my hands. And I said, dude, wash your hands, like go to the bathroom, wash your hands with soap. And he said, I was going to wash my hands with soap. And I said, where at the kitchen sink is soap? He was using the fucking dishwashing liquid to clean plates, to wash his hands. And I said, you should not be using that. And he said to me, you were being lied to by Big Soap. Brother! No! There's different chemicals in dishwashing liquid. There are different chemicals in dishwashing liquid that will fuck up your hands and make them super dry and itchy. Bad for your skin. It stressed me the fuck out. We weren't running out of bathroom soap. It destroys your skin on your hands. It stressed me out. It's the indication that he believes they are the same thing that stresses me out. Hand soap will not clean dishes properly. Dish soap will destroy your hands. It's that simple. Like, would you use hand soap on your dishes? Would you? If you had no other soap. See, we had hand soap though. How did you know it was a Kit Kat? Kit Kat. This is all I have in the house right now. But Twix is the best chocolate ever. But I can't get Twix or I'll become a monster. I can't control myself around Twix. I like Tim Tams. I will surely... Hi, Popping! I will surely enjoy a Tim Tam from time to time. I'll never say no to a Tim Tam. But Twix are what I go after. I'm obsessed with them. Jaws, you're right. You shouldn't use Q-tips in your ears. It's bad for you. Tim Tams are a little chocolate biscuit. They have like this little like chocolate filling in them as well. They're super yummy. I mean, I'm an original Tim Tam fiend, but I'm double checking if it's the right one I'm thinking of. I haven't had the caramel one before, but I'm nervous because it says chewy caramel. And I don't like chewy caramel, so I'm unsure about that. I like caramel flavor, but not chewy caramel. The double-coated Tim Tams are really good. Literally just extra chocolate. They're pretty yummy. Also, the caramel wouldn't work with a slam. You're correct. It would not work for a Tim Tam slam. If they ever made a salted caramel Tim Tam, I may piss my pants. Wait, there's a salted caramel Tim Tam. My pants have been pissed. What? Are these like super special ones or something? Well, caramel... Fuck, I can't get it. Caramel shouldn't be like... Like, it can be chewy, but it shouldn't be chewy. It should literally just melt in your mouth. Like, not chewy at all. But then there's caramel that, like, it sticks to your teeth, and I don't like that one. Like, have you guys had a caramel koala? Fuck, you probably haven't. That's a horrible example to use. Like... the caramel that's in Twix, for example, that's not chewy. The caramel in Twix isn't chewy. It just melts in your mouth, doesn't it? Yeah, Caramello Koala. But I just realized Caramello Koalas, I think, are Australian. I don't like hard caramel. And I don't like chewy caramel. But just normal, like liquid caramel, I suppose, like you get in Twix, is super yummy. That is like the best caramel. The caramel in Twix is not chewy. It doesn't stick to your teeth. Yeah, I've had toffee. Not a big fan of toffee. Of course they have dark chocolate in Australia. What kind of question? Salted caramel is the best thing in the world. I've had demons in my ears for like a while now because the demons in my ears want me to get the Ben & Jerry's salted caramel ice cream. But here's the issue. I cannot stop. If you give me a whole little like punnet of Ben & Jerry's salted caramel ice cream, it's gonna be gone. I cannot control myself and then I'll feel like shit because I've eaten too much ice cream and my tummy hurts. But it's way too yummy. I just looked at it. It's so yummy. A salted caramel is my favorite flavor in the world. It's the sweet and savory. It's just yum. Actually, I don't like chewy caramel, but I like there's like crumbly. Like crumbly caramel is really, really, really good. Crumbly caramel is super good. And I do like crunchy caramel. Not the one that sticks to your mouth and you have to, you know, to eat it. Crunch where it's like kind of like biscuited caramel. Super good. I'm fiending for Ben & Jerry's salted caramel ice cream. But like I said, I know that'll make me feel like shit. Because I always eat too much and then I go, ugh, my tummy, ugh. The reason vanilla is called basic is because it's the base flavor of fucking everything. Because it's the default flavor that you get with things. It's alright, I guess. Like, I don't know anyone who doesn't like vanilla. I think you'd have to be 1 in a million. The best chocolate ice cream I've ever had was it was literally just in a small place where I grew up, like around the rainforest. It was just a guy who'd make ice cream in his ice cream truck, all handmade. And it was like super milky, fresh ice cream. And the chocolate ice cream was so good. I've never had anything like it. It wasn't too sweet. Because my issue with some chocolate ice cream is it's too sweet. They put too much shit in it. But this one was the perfect combination of milky and chocolate. Zoran Sanju chibi things. They're called shimejis, spelled Shimejis. Shimeji. Look up Zoro Sanji Shimeji on Google and you'll get like a Twitter link of the artist that made them and you can download them. Easy done. Boom, 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 boom. Mint chocolate chip. Ew. Ew. Yuck. What a horrible opinion. What a disgusting flavor. Yuck. Yeah, I will make fun of you for that. I don't care. You're getting bullied for that. And you know what? Every time I say yuck, mint chocolate chip, you always get those smart Alex who are like, what, you don't brush your teeth? Because like it tastes like toothpaste. And they go, well, you don't brush your teeth. The reason I fucking know it tastes like toothpaste is because I brush my teeth. What the fuck is that logic? What is that logic? Whoever made up that, oh, if they say it tastes like toothpaste because it doesn't brush their teeth, that's how I know mint chocolate chip lovers are stupid. Because you don't even think about what you're saying. I know it tastes like toothpaste because I brush my fucking teeth. It's disgusting. It tastes like toothpaste. It's foul. It is foul. Any like sweet mint, candy mint tastes like toothpaste. And I don't want to eat a chore. Ever since I was growing up, I never understood. I never understood why anyone enjoyed any kind of mint treat. Fresh mint is delicious. Fresh mint is super delicious. The herb is super, super, super delicious. But the candy, the artificial shit, yuck. That is fucking disgusting. It is so gross. I was like... I was always that kid where if they ever like brought out like the mint chocolate like biscuits for like any kind of event, I was the most popular kid there because I never wanted it. And I'd always be like, who wanted mine? Who wants my mint chocolate chip? And then suddenly I was everyone's friend. But it's not because I was kind. It's because I fucking hate mint. It'd be like, oh my god, a treat. It's mint. Gross. Gross. I don't want that shit. I'm not eating something that tastes like a chore. Disgusting. Fresh mint is so delicious. The herb is so delicious and yummy. The plant is delicious. But the artificial sweetened candy stuff, yuck. Most disgusting shit I've ever had. Disgusting. How is it a treat to anyone? I don't know. The two most disgusting flavors of like sweets is mint and dark chocolate and orange. Like together, dark chocolate orange. That is so fucking foul. I don't know how anyone can eat that. My mum loves dark chocolate and orange chocolate. And she told me she used to buy it a lot when I was little. And it was like, oh my god, any treats, any treats? And she'd pull out orange dark chocolate. And we'd always go, ew, ew, ew. And we never liked eating it. We hated it, so we never had it. And then I told my mom, you would always buy it and we never liked it. And she said, yeah, I did that on purpose. She said I did that on purpose because I knew you wouldn't want any. So I have to respect the game. I have to respect the game. Brittany just messaged me. Said, sing it, sister. Dark chocolate and orange is terrible. Brittany also said, no one likes mint ice cream. They're just trying to be quirky. And she's right. You guys are just trying to be different and special. I don't believe you. I don't actually believe that you eat that. I think you just say you do. What about pastries? What pastries do we all like? Because I will gravitate towards anything that has fruit on it. If I see a little pastry that has like strawberries or raspberries or blueberries or any kind of fruit on it, I'm eating that shit immediately. Because I don't like pastries with, this is going to be controversial. I don't like pastries with, like, chocolate in them. I think they're just not enough. Like, I just don't think it's enough, you know? I'd rather eat them separately, but any pastry with fruit on it, I'm eating the shit out of that. Black Forest. Yeah, I like Black Forest cake. Take off the disgusting fucking maraschino cherries and I'll eat Black Forest cake. Here's my thing. I can't name you like a pastry that I would get on the regular. It's really just anything that has fruit on it. Like maybe like a strawberry tart. A strawberry cheese tart is probably the yummiest fucking thing ever. That's probably something that I would, like, get. Because in Melbourne, we have... In Melbourne, we have a a store called Hokkaido Baked Cheese Tarts. And they make different, like, tart flavors. They've come out with different flavors, like once a year. And I always get excited. But their best tart is the strawberry one. It is the yummiest thing I've ever had. I'm trying to get a photo. Japan does pastries really well. Hokkaido cheese tart. That one is, I think, mango and passion fruit. This is the original cheese tart. This is so good. Oh, you don't understand how good it is. Every time I go into the city, nearly every time, I'll buy one to... It's so good. It drives me nuts. It's like yummy and like cheesecake, like cheesecakey, but then with the hit of fresh strawberry. Way too yummy, way too delicious. I don't know, do you guys know what Anzac biscuits are? I'll be honest, Anzac biscuits are mid. They're not that good. They're just kind of something that we eat because Australian. They're not that good. Kason, they're not that good. You know what else isn't that good? Lamingtons. Not that good. Mid. Anzac biscuits are like just oat biscuits. They're what a horse would eat. They look like this. Now, don't get me wrong, they're still sweet and they're still yummy. But they're not that good. Like, I'm not going to willingly get Anzac biscuits for myself. Like, I'm not going towards the Anzac biscuits. I'm not rage baiting. I do not care for Anzac biscuits. It insists upon itself. Just because I'm Australian doesn't mean I have to like Anzac biscuits. Or Lamingtons or Vegemite. I don't like Vegemite. I don't like Lamingtons. And I think Anzac biscuits are just okay. I just don't fuck with them. Fairy bread fucks. I love fairy bread. Out of those three things, fairy bread is the thing that I will be eating all the time. I mean, you can add chocolate to the Anzac biscuits, but then it's not really an Anzac biscuit anymore. Macaron's a pastry. That's definitely a pastry. Macarons are too sweet for me. Bread with butter and sprinkles, and it's so yummy. Okay, so no I didn't, but thank God I didn't. Also, it's hundreds and thousands, not sprinkles. It's true. Sprinkles are different. Hundreds and thousands are better. There's a difference in the taste. I can taste it. Hundreds and thousands taste yummier. Sprinkles taste more artificial. They just have a different flavor. Sprinkles don't taste the same. Cannelle. It doesn't look like I'd enjoy this. They look really dry. These look super dry. I don't think I'd enjoy these. I'd try it, but I don't think I'd like it very much. These look like something an old person would eat. Something your grandma would eat. And go, back in my day, I always went to the Cannelle store and got a Cannelle. For a whole penny. They're not. For a whole euro. Oh, I love Golden Gate Time. Super delicious. I like salted caramel, and I also like most chocolate or ice cream with nuts in it. It's yummy. Like, my two favorite flavors in the world are salted caramel and hazelnut. And you add anything to salted caramel and hazelnut, like any kind of fruit, like raspberries or blueberries or strawberries. Oh, so yummy. You have a nut allergy? Tsubaki. I thought that was for kids. I'm kidding. I'm kidding! I'm kidding, I'm joking. I think people know what Golden Gate Times are because they became a meme for a little bit online. And now everyone knows what they are. You don't know? Well, for those who don't know, Golden Gate Time is an ice cream. And it's like super delicious. They look like this. I don't actually know what's in them now that I think about it. I think it's honeycomb, chocolate, vanilla, and I don't know what's on the outside. It just says cookie crumbs. Toffee vanilla ice cream dipped in compound chocolate and wrapped in vanilla biscuit like crumbs. Fucking Christ! Well, I guess I can eat toffee if I don't know it's toffee. Yeah, it's super yummy. This is really, really yummy. I think Golden Gate Time is one of the best things ever made in Australia. Better than Anzac biscuits. Oh, I gotta feed the cats. I'll be back. Wow, wow, wow. Soda pop, yum a little soda pop, pop. Guys, check this out. Pretty good, I know. I know. I know. Now you ready for this one? Check this one out. What was that? Whoa. That was crazy. It's a sticker, but I have nowhere to stick it. By the way, I've had this sticker on my desk for like 2 whole years. Just letting everyone know. So anyone who thinks, why did she go crazy at chapter 1152? Because it's been in the making. It's been in the making. Yeah, Tsubaki beats me on any OG One Piece stuff. I'll be like, wow, I wish I were there when like this happened to Zoro and Sanji, and Tsubaki was like, I was there when the texts were written. And I'm like, damn. Tsubaki's the historical record keeper of yaoi to me. Of One Piece yaoi specifically. Mel did lose it, and it was epic. Egghead was the first arc where I was there for the start of it and finished it. How crazy is that to think? That's so crazy. I got into One Piece as Gear 5 happened. Like just before Gear 5. Very fortunate. I got into One Piece at a very good time. Fake fan. Sorry, I'll go back in time and slap myself. Problem. It's joke. It's okay, I know. I know normal crow who eats dry pastries. The One Piece t-shirt, what's on it, Votakun? Oh, you got Uniqlo over there, do you? Uniqlo is huge in Australia. No, case and Uniqlo's getting bigger here. I think Uniqlo started in Sydney, either Sydney or Melbourne, but it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger because Uniqlo is, I believe, a Japanese brand, and obviously because we have such close proximity with Asia and with countries like Japan and South Korea and China, we get a lot of their stores and their brands. Which I think is awesome because that means we get like delicious like food as well. We get some really, really, really yummy restaurants here. In fact, Melbourne has just opened a Japanese like cafe that has parfaits. I haven't gone yet. I haven't gone yet. Kason, so did I. I wasn't born there, but I did grow up there. That's crazy. Kason, we could have met each other and we wouldn't even know it. I left the second I graduated. I didn't want to keep living there. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying your shimajis. La 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 la. But yeah, Uniqlo is definitely getting bigger in Australia, that's for sure. I just wish we got more of Japan's clothes brands that are like alternative style. I pray for that. I really want that because a lot of my big sweaters with like those graphic designs on them, that's like a Japanese old fashion store and I love it. And it makes me sad that we don't have anything like that here. Yeah, Kason, me too. Kason, me too, man. I had to leave. Kason, what did you think of the giant Captain Cook statue that was like in the city? What did you think of it? Bozo, for real. Sorry, Aussie moment. Oops. I hear Mary screaming. Every time Mary eats, she has to scream afterwards. My opinion on One Piece before I read it, I didn't get it and I would slander it. This is exactly why when people like talk bad about One Piece, it's like, I know exactly where this is coming from because that was me. That was me. I've been on both sides. I was on the side of fuck this stupid anime. And now I'm, oh my god, I'm the fool. I'm the fool. I am the clown. My friend always makes fun of me because in 2018 we went to Japan together and that was when the One Piece Tower was happening and we were in the store where Tokyo, like One Piece Tower was on the top floor and all this One Piece stuff was like at the bottom leading you up, and my friend looked at a statue of Luffy and said, "What is this?" And I said, "It's just some stupid anime with like 1,000 episodes I don't understand. I don't understand why anyone thinks it's good." And she remembers that. And she will always make fun of me for that. She always makes fun of me for that. She's like, "Look at you now." And I'm like, oh my god. Look at me now. I was a hater, okay? I was a hater. I was a hater for no reason. It's really why when people are like, "Oh, but like, how do you feel about like people who hate One Piece or blah blah blah?" I understand their mindset. I understand their mindset because I was them. I used to be them. I totally get where they come from. But they haven't indulged in One Piece yet. It's insane to think that a series like One Piece is good. Like, super mega popular, has over 1,000 episodes and chapters, and draws the women like that. It's insane to think that it's good. And then you get into it and you go, how the fuck is it this good? It's insane. That's crazy, because imagine me walking past, because like the statues that were leading you up to One Piece Tower were like human sized, right? Imagine me, 18, hating One Piece, walking past a Sanji statue. It's like fate in that moment. Walking past a human-sized Sanji statue, not even looking at him, not looking back. How foolish I was. I didn't even know that in the future he would be everything to me. That's so true, Voltic, I think about that a lot. Nah, it's really hard to get parents into One Piece, especially of that generation. I say this with love to my own parents, because they tried watching One Piece and they couldn't get into it, but they could watch the live action, and it's like, yeah, again, the live action was made for that audience. As much as we want to pretend it was made for the fans, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was made for that audience. You were the youngest person ever. Literally, One Piece has taught me don't knock it till you try it. It's truly taught me that. But it's also taught, like, One Piece taught me don't knock it till you try it. And Hero Academia taught me if you don't like it by, like, season 1, you're not gonna like it at all. My Hero Academia taught me stop persisting to try to like it. It's not gonna happen. True, Mama Jock likes it a lot. One Piece is truly why I have that 20 episode limit. If I don't like something by 20 episodes, I just don't think it's for me. 20 episodes should be more than enough time to like something. And the reason I say 20 episodes for One Piece, like that's my limit, is because by episode 20, Sanji was introduced, but I was liking and enjoying One Piece even before then. By 20 episodes, if I'm not liking something, I think I've given it a good shot and I'm giving up. Naruto taught you Databayo! Believe in yourself! Believe it! Again, Hero Academia was fun at the start, but eventually it just fell really flat. Because, as always, I can feel the writer for Hero Academia did not have a direction. You can feel it. Like, you can feel these things. You can feel that he didn't have a direction and he wasn't understanding the, like, his own social commentary of his own world. Like, he wasn't understanding the world he was setting up, I believe, by accident. I really don't think I really don't think when he was making fucking Dabby and the hand guy that he was really thinking about the implications of his world. I really don't think he was thinking about it. Or if he was thinking about it, it was very surface level. Breaking Bad taught me, Jesse, we have to cook. We have to cook, Jesse. I'd love to collab with Murphy. I don't know what we talk about, but I like her. Jojo taught me, fuck those other guys. They're dead. Move on to the next story. Jojo taught me, why the fuck should I get attached to anyone? I'm not gonna see them in the next part anyways. I might. Sorry, I really don't like the way Jojo's set up. I don't enjoy the way it's structured. I'm really sorry, I can't get into it. Orb is different. Because Orb's main character isn't the fucking Jojo's. It's the persistence of the human spirit. Food Wars taught me food so good make you bust. Thank you for the sub. Food Wars just makes me hungry. Food Wars taught me, go, you gotta eat.
Howdy do, boys.
Hero Academia taught me I should forgive my abusive dad because he's trying. Hero Academia taught me just because my dad's abusive doesn't mean I can't look up to him. God. I'm sorry, I hate the Todoroki storyline. Hero Academia taught me it's fine if my dad puts me in the thingamabob. I know they didn't all forgive him, but there's no doubt that they were softer on him and that the story itself was nicer to him. Like, I truly do believe Endeavor was retconned to an extent because he's a totally different character from season 1 and then into the later seasons. And I don't mean that in a he's developed way. I mean that in a they suddenly made him, oh, he's not that bad way. And it's like, what? It wasn't him, guys. Look, you can say whatever you want. I don't think it was written well. I absolutely hated what they did to him. I stand by. Endeavor got popular, so he got treated differently. I know, Tsubaki, but I don't like it. I just do not like the way Endeavor was treated, and I do not like the way, like, his children, especially what's his name, Shoto, was treated with him. It felt like Shoto was pushed to the side to focus on his dad. I didn't fuck with it. I don't think it makes sense. That's the thing. I don't think it does. Like, I'm sorry, you're never going to convince me anything about that made sense. I just think it was horribly, horribly done. Like, I hate Endeavor. I hate him because of that story. Like, the fact they ended with, oh, my kid in the thingamabob, I'm going to, like, stay with him. And they tried to frame that as a good thing. Fuck that. That's how I know none of this was good. I'm sorry, none of it was good. The fact it ended like that, trying to frame him like, I'm like forgiving my son or my son's forgiving me. And it's like, no. No. Fuck this guy. Like, the ending itself just solidified it to me about how bad that was. Just everything about him was handled so poorly. Also, Shoto going, I absolutely hate my fucking dad so fucking much, to suddenly, well, he is the number 2 hero, so I suppose I should, like, shadow him. What? He despised his father. Despised him. And suddenly there was this shift of like, well, I guess I should still follow him. He hated his dad so fucking much he refused to use his fire powers. Refused. And then suddenly he's like, well, he is the number 2 hero, so... No! None of that made sense. Do-do-do-do-do. Maybe I'm making the mistake of comparing it to One Piece, and One Piece is just really, really good, so it's not fair. Just not fair. But to be fair, I did watch Hero Academia before I watched One Piece. I'll just never forget when Todoroki was like, I should shadow my abusive dad because he's still the number 2 hero, even though he hated him so viscerally before. And I was like, I remember yelling at the TV, what? I was like, what? What? Where did this come from? Hero Academia falls under that category of the more you think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. And as you guys know, I hate that shit. I don't like that kind of media. Because that's how I know the authors themselves hasn't put the thought into that world that they should have. Yeah, the sun went down. Isn't that crazy? The world turns. Bye, Kason. Whoa, real life girls! We made it! Los Angeles! Real life girls! Not everyone is included in My Hero, actually. That was one of my biggest irks. Not everyone is included. everyone is pretended to be included because you see them in the background. One of the main original guys was literally forgotten about. What's his name? Ida? He was just forgotten about. That is not true at all. That was one of my biggest peeves of the series. That, like, it tried to focus on the class and it didn't do that very well. And characters were just thrown away and then new ones were introduced just to be thrown away again. I always said one of the biggest issues that Hero Academia had was a character bloating problem. And people say, but One Piece, and I say, One Piece is a world where you can introduce these characters because Oda's building a whole world, and also they're not set to one spot. As in, Luffy and the crew will separate with characters. That's natural. This is an advantage to Oda's setting. When you do that in a story like Hero Academia, here's the issue. They're in the same building. They're in the same school. You will see these characters behind them, and it's like, there they are. What the fuck are they doing? They're like an elephant in the room at all times. And I always said, I think the biggest issue Hero Academia has is you can feel the artist, the author, prefers character design to anything. He likes designing characters, which is fine, but he'd keep introducing a new character, half baking them, and then throwing them out and doing that again. And it's like, stop! Stop it! He did it to a whole damn class. I just don't think it worked very well. Should have focused on Mineta more. Once again, these criticisms come from a place of before I was watching One Piece. I just didn't vibe with it. But again, shonen. I don't like shonen. I don't know why I try. One Piece is 1 in a million. Once again, when Oda does it, it is advantageous to his world because he is building an entire world with people from different sides of the planet who will separate from each other. Oops. What just happened there? I don't know what that was. When you separate with a character and don't see a character again in One Piece, you know why. Because we are following mainly the Straw Hats, and we are in a world where they are oceans apart. If you do that in a series like Hero Academia, once again, they are in the same building, and you see them in the background, you're gonna be like, why aren't we getting to that guy? The whole point of One Piece is we will be off in our own adventures. But Hero Academia is not that. MHA feels crowded and claustrophobic. Exactly it. Like, I really think Hero Academia is hindered by its school setting. And now that I think about it, Naruto and Bleach are also set in schools, aren't they? I think the school setting is incredibly limiting. I just think if you're gonna make a whole class, you're gonna introduce a whole class, then you have to focus really on that class. And you are going to struggle if you just keep introducing so many characters, because a whole class in itself is already a lot to focus on. And I think a lot of authors struggle with that. Like, you should be focusing on, I'd say, like 4 to 5 people within one class, and then introduce other characters from beyond that. But again, Hero Academia's issue was it made this idea that the whole class would be important, and they weren't. They weren't. Stream tomorrow, could you do me a favor? Tell me that it'll be alright. That would mean a lot. Thank you. It'll be alright. Tomorrow? I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll try and remember that, Voltakun. I'll pat you on the head and tell you it'll be alright. Because I'm thinking about like a manga I like that's set in a school, and that would be Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, and they only focus on a very select few characters in the school, and that makes it really good and really fun. They don't focus on whole classrooms. For Kuroko's Basketball as well, it's different teams from different schools. Of course, it's sports anime. And Haikyuu was good, but I have the problem with Haikyuu where it's like, I don't need to see every game. Haikyuu had a bit of a problem of like, I don't need to see everything, calm down. It was still really good though. Haikyuu's really good. Haikyuu's definitely a school set anime. I say this, but Haikyuu's better written than Kuroko's Basketball. I just prefer Kuroko's Basketball. Go away, Zeri! Our own high school host club did it fucking magnificently. Every episode, there was like a new... Like every second episode or third episode, there was a new student introduced to us. Oren did it really well. I don't think people were clutching their pearls over Tape Guy, Animal Guy, Super Guy, and Tail Guy. They were. I'll have you know they were. They were introduced to us like they would be important, and then they weren't doing anything. In fact, the fact that the manga ended on like a screenshot of Class 1A as a whole, I think that proved he was trying to make Class 1A like a whole character in itself. I just don't think he succeeded at it. And he's like, this was our Hero Academia. I'm kidding. Look, Hero Academia is not like horrendously bad. It's enjoyable. It's just not something I could get into. Do do do. I miss sports anime. I miss the drama. Sports anime is just boy drama. Bye, Votican. Good luck with your haircut. Get a fresh cut. A mating? Oh my god, someone else is heading up. Bye, King. I'll probably be done in about an hour, by the way. You guys have been very chatty lately, though. Have you missed me? Is that why? Bum, 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 bum. Potato broggy! Oh my god, you're still making that. Well, we don't have to like everything the same. Like, I have friends. One of my best friends likes Naruto. She fucking loves Naruto. Do I fuck with Naruto? No. Am I going to buy her Naruto merch? Yes. The secret to being a good friend and having long-lasting friendships is just because your friend might like something you don't have to be a dick about it. Like, I will ask my friend and talk to them about Naruto and I will listen and I will bring something up and I'm like, what? But I'm not going to be like, ew, you like that? How can you like that? That's different. Food preference, I don't respect that. What do you mean you like something that I don't? I'm not respecting that for food. Well, look, you deserve to be a little bit made fun of. I think teasing is fine. Like, I am teased by my friends for being into One Piece, but it's not malicious. It's just haha One Piece fan. And then it's haha Naruto fan, you know? But it's not malicious. You tease them and then you buy them merch of what they like for their birthday. Damn, I fucked that up. I'm teased for being a Sanji fan. And you know what? Fair. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh god, I'm not even halfway. Discord has a paywall, I'm afraid. The Discord paywall is on Patreon. Or subbing on Twitch, but Patreon's cheaper. You need to be paywalled, and you have to be 18 or over. I just don't want babies in the server, I'm sorry. Sanji's not a bad choice, but not the best choice. Alright, I'll take that. Oh my god, Luffy took over. I'm interested, 7. What made Luffy take over? What was the moment where you said, Luffy's my favorite? I need to know. He makes me laugh. Luffy's gears. I was similar. I was like gear second, huh? I went buh. Oh, that's beautiful, Seven. You went on a journey with him, and you ended up loving him. For me, when I think about like what made me like Sanji, of course when he fed Gin. As weird as this is, when he flirted with Nami in the Baratier, and I was like, oh, he's a loser. And when we got his backstory, and when we came out of the backstory, and Sanji said, I'd rather die than lose the Baratier, and I was like, oh, my heart. Like, it was a lot. And then, of course, when he was saying goodbye to Zeph as well. But I think what really solidified it, when I was like, yeah, he's my favorite, was in Arlong Park, where Luffy was sent in the water, and Zoro was gonna go in the water, but Sanji was like, you'll die if you do that. And Zoro said, yeah, but Luffy's in the water, he'll die. And Sanji said, yeah, I know. And then Sanji jumped in instead. And I went, what? And then after that, when they're all calming down and Sanji talks to Zoro and says, are you okay? Are you doing okay? And I was like, oh no, I like him a lot. I like him. He's a brat, but he's kind. Shit. I like him. He's a loser, he's a brat, and he's kind. And he's cute. He got me. The whole time they were fighting at Arlong Park, because Zoro and Sanji were fighting back to back. Again, this is a building up to their dynamic and how they were about to be presented as the wings, right? They were building up to that. But the whole time in the Arlong Park fight, it was literally Sanji looking back and looking at Zoro and going, he's fucked. And worrying about him. He was like, he's lost too much blood. He's running a fever. He might die. Like, he's fucked. He might die. Which is why after the Arlong Park fight, Sanji talks to Zoro and says, are you alright? Like, he was worried. He was worried the whole time. Even though it looked like he was picking on Zoro before that. He just liked him. It's just how Sanji functions. When I made my Sanji video, and I mentioned all the scenes where Sanji literally threw himself in front of the bullet, was like ready to do or die to help someone, the avalanche scene, of course, is what I mentioned. And I think about that scene a lot because it's Luffy and Sanji struggling in that avalanche, and Luffy thinking and saying, what do we do? What do we do? And Sanji throwing Luffy, who's carrying Nami, off the raft to save him. And I always think about that scene because it's Luffy yells, tell me if you're going to do these things. Like, you have to tell me if you're going to do these things. Like, Luffy was distressed. He was distraught and stressed. He was angry that Sanji did that. And that's a showing of not only Sanji's character, but how Luffy is as well. He was angry that Sanji was throwing himself in the line of fire like that for Luffy and Nami's sake without even telling him. It really pissed him off. Which is why it's such a scene when he pulls that rabbit's mum out of the snow and he's holding Sanji as well, and he looks like fierce. Like, he looks angry. And then of course when he carries them up the mountain, he's incredibly locked in. Like, he's very, very like, you know what I mean? He's concentrating and he's aggressive looking. Like, he's mad at what just happened. Hi, Danny. I love that scene for that reason, because I always think about the avalanche scene, and I always think about this is like a showing of, oh, this is who Sanji is. He will literally just give his life in a moment sparingly if it means I can help someone. It's such an important scene to me. And the comments on my videos was like, they were like, wow, I didn't realize how much Sanji did that, like, through his life on the line, just at a moment's notice. Like, they didn't notice how much Sanji did that in the series until I put it all together. And I was like, yeah, he's always done that. It's just how angry Luffy was. I just always think about, tell me if you're going to do these things. You have to tell me. He was so upset. He just, like, that was the beginning of Sanji, what the fuck? Yeah, he was pissed as well in the Baratier. But the reason the Baratier was different for that moment is because that was Sanji laying his life down for Zeph. And Luffy seeing how much Zeph loves Sanji. And Luffy being mad about Sanji being so oblivious to that. And saying, no, you have to live. If he saved you, you have to live. But the avalanche scene is like one of the first scenes of Sanji's doing this for Luffy and Nami for the Straw Hats. And Luffy's mad. He's pissed that Sanji's done that without even telling him. Just did it on a whim. Oops. Because in my opinion, Arlong Park was the same. When he jumped in there to save Luffy, knowing full well, to save Luffy and Zoro, mind you, because if Zoro did that, Zoro would have died. Knowing full well he could die by jumping in the water with a fishman. But yeah, no, that avalanche scene really sticks out to me. I feel like it's not mentioned enough as one of Sanji's scenes. One of Sanji and Luffy's scenes, mind you. It's just what Luffy said. Stuck in my head. It does get glossed over. That's why I brought it up in my Sanji video. I think it's an important scene to show Sanji's character and like who he is and what he thinks. Favorite Straw Hat changes every arc. Based and real. You're reading One Piece, right? That's why Whole Cake Island was such an incredible arc for Sanji. It's why I get frustrated when people say, well, I only started liking Sanji at Whole Cake Island. Because Whole Cake Island is like the end of Sanji. I don't mean like end, you know what I mean? But I mean like this is the culmination of Sanji. This has been built up throughout the entire series. Whole Cake Island is everything put together to show Sanji. Everything that we guessed he was. Like, the reason Whole Cake Island for me was so good is because it confirmed everything that I thought was Sanji. Which was, he hates himself. He doesn't think he has any, like, value. He hates himself so much, he can't even understand why Luffy would come after him. It just confirmed everything I thought I knew about Sanji. Exactly, Whole Cake Island felt like a reward for noticing Sanji. Felt like a reward for when you watch and read something like Thriller Bark and see Sanji saying to Zoro, what about your dream? For questioning that. It felt like a reward for questioning why is Sanji always throwing himself in front of the bullet in a way that doesn't seem like just loyalty. In a way that also seems like self-hatred. In a way that seems like I am not valued as a person. I don't feel I'm valuable. And then you get to Whole Cake Island and there you go. That's fine, Seven. I mean, I feel like that's what these stories are here for, to relate to these characters. Oh god, Sanji in Silent Hill, what would the manifestation of his fear be? It'd be the Iron Mask. It'd be some monster in an iron mask. That would be fucked up. Wait, isn't that just Pyramid Head? I was about to say, that's just Pyramid Head. I mean, look, this is like super duper personal, and I've talked about this before, but one of the reasons like Sanji is like one of the characters ever to me, and this is so lame, is because when I started One Piece, I was mentally not in a great place, especially with my relationship to food, right? And then I watched Sanji's story, and I watched a story about little boys starving on a rock, about cooks treasuring food, like treasuring feeding people, that's their love language, and how privileged you are to be able to eat, basically. And I was like, oh damn. I was like, damn. And I'm not fucking kidding, it's so fucking lame, but like when I am hungry, in my head it's like Sanji would want you to eat. Like, bro, it's helped me. It's helped me. This stupid fucking character has helped me mentally. It's not even a joke, which is why I get so defensive about how much I like Sanji. Yes, he's got issues, but god damn it, that's my wife. That's my little cooking wife, and you can't take him away from me. People think I'm just a crow, but I'm also a person with a job. One Piece has genuinely done a lot for me mentally. It's actually quite shocking. Like, I will happily say that One Piece has made me a happier person and made me a more critical thinker, which is just crazy. God, I recorded this line so many times. I must have thought I kept fucking up. Oh yeah. I've heard a lot about One Piece saving people's lives, and it's just like Robin's story, right? Robin's story really hits a lot of people for that reason. It's very powerful, honestly. It's something truly special, I think. So Bucky, that just means you've been taught wonderful lessons all your life. Oh, that's beautiful. That's why I can't have a kid. What if they don't like One Piece? What if they don't like One Piece, bro? What do I do? I'm debating that baby if they don't like One Piece. La 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 la. Bye, Danny. God, this is a long line. Sorry, I'm focusing. I did something where I was reading a whole sentence, but I read it in bits because I kept fucking it up. But that's made it harder to edit. What do you cook? What's your favorite dish? Also, how are you just realizing Sanji's a cook? Oh, I'm a cook. Sorry. It's a bit funny. Hey, hi. Cooking for people is so special. I love cooking for people. Every time I cook like any kind of dish, I always offer, anyone want any? Steak with a pan sauce. What kind of pan sauce? I like steak with blue cheese sauce. Like a blue cheese, like gourmet pan sauce. Also, now I gotta know, what's your favorite cut of steak? Now I want steak. Ribeye! My man. That's exactly my yeah. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's different. Oh, they're different. I like ribeye fillet. Fillet? Fillet? Question mark? Like the little circle. Fillet. It is fillet. Sorry. I like ribeye fillet. But you just like ribeye, do you? Oh, because it's been filleted. That makes sense. Yeah, I like it off the bone. I just like a big chunk of meat. I just don't want to deal with bone. Just give me that little chunk of meat that is so yummy and so tender. Give me a blue cheese sauce. Oh my god, it's so good. My favorite animal is a cat. I know, I'm sorry, I'm basic. I love cats. I feel such joy when I see a cat. Filet mignon? I think it is the same thing. Am I stupid? It might be the same thing. It is the same thing. Yeah, it's yummy. Right here, a crow. Oh, you like the fat, do ya? That makes sense. Mignon. Creamy red wine. That's a good sauce. I'd have red wine sauce with my steaks more if I didn't like blue cheese so much. But red wine is like a second favorite. Don't like blue cheese. Shaking my head, so sad. Nah, if you don't like blue cheese, you probably won't like blue cheese sauce because it tastes like blue cheese. But it's yummy with meat. Alright. I think I'm done for the day. I'm done. I'm done for the day. Crash! Oh my god, I'm done. I'm leaving. But thank you for dropping in anyways. I'll be back tomorrow to keep editing. Around the same time. Thank you for the follow. Around the same time as today, of course. And thank you for sticking around. I'll get my box. Thank you everyone. I super duper whooper appreciate it as always. I always appreciate it. And I will see all of you tomorrow when I have to keep working. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye.